Xia Ming, a freshly graduated college student, unexpectedly acquires a mysterious system. Xia Ming is unstoppable. Compete in medical skills. Sure, I might not know anything today, but by tomorrow, even the greatest doctors will bow to me. Compete in strength. Fine, I might not match you today, but by tomorrow, even a grandmaster will yield to my prowess. Compete in basketball. Bring it on. I'm the man who has fused with the skills of the world's greatest basketball stars. Why would I be afraid of you? Compete in romantic partners. Even better. I have the stunning CEO Lin, plus a gorgeous lady who's as enchanting as a rose. Each of them is breathtakingly beautiful. How could you possibly match that? While you work hard to learn skills and show off, I'm different. I've got the almighty system. What skill don't I have? If I set my mind to it, even deities can't stand in my way. As Xia Ming puts it, with the system in my hands, the world is mine. Chapter 1, The Omnipotent System. Jiangsu City. A young man stood in a quiet residential area. As dusk approached, the streets were nearly deserted. However, his eyes were filled with terror and panic. The scene he had just witnessed was so shocking it felt like he had seen a ghost. Beep. 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 Scanning host. Host matched successfully. The omnipotent system is now bound to their host. Xia Ming glanced at the two unconscious punks with dyed yellow hair lying on the ground beside him, his heart pounding with fear. On his way home from a job interview, he had encountered these two bullies harassing an elderly man riding a tricycle. Furious, Xia Ming had intervened. Although he had fought before, he had never bullied the weak. The old man was simply trying to make a living by scavenging, likely earning only a pittance each month. These two scumbags had the nerve to demand 500 yuan, an amount equivalent to half a month's earnings for the elderly man. Fueled by his sense of justice, Xia Ming taught the two punks a harsh lesson. In the scuffle, Xia Ming took a blow to the back with a brick, leaving a bloody mark. Yet he managed to knock the punks out. However, what scared him wasn't either fight, it was what happened afterward. The elderly man claimed to be a traditional Chinese doctor and offered to check Xia Ming's injury. While the old man examined his back, Xia Ming felt a warm and soothing sensation spreading across his body. Closing his eyes, he savored the comfort. About 10 minutes later, when he reopened his eyes, a strange voice rang in his mind. Terrified, Xia Ming spun around, only to find the old man had disappeared without a trace. Did he just leave on his own? Xia Ming muttered nervously as he hurried away. Xia Ming rented a small apartment for 1,000 yuan a month. It was modest but decent, featuring one bedroom and one living room. For Jiangsu City, securing such a deal was fortunate, thanks to the kindness of his landlord. Otherwise, similar apartments would cost at least 1,300 yuan. It was summer, and Xia Ming returned home drenched in sweat. After a refreshing cold shower, he collapsed onto his sofa. His apartment was simply furnished with the basic sofa, TV, and other essentials all left by the previous tenant. Being meticulous, Xia Ming kept the space clean, making it surprisingly comfortable even in the summer heat. That was surreal. I actually heard a voice in my head. What's going on? Did I just experience something supernatural? Xia Ming murmured to himself, staring at the ceiling. The memory of the strange event unsettled him. One moment, the old man was treating his back, the next, he vanished, leaving behind that mysterious voice. I've heard ghost stories before, but could I really have encountered a paranormal event? Suddenly, Xia Ming recalled the old man's words. He had introduced himself as a traditional Chinese doctor and offered to examine the injury. In his hazy memory, Xia Ming saw the old man take out something resembling a stone and press it against his back. That warm sensation spread throughout his body, leaving him dazed. When he opened his eyes again, the old man was gone. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the most advanced technological creation, the Omnipotent System. The system will answer any questions to the best of its ability. Do you have any questions, host? Buzz. Xia Ming jumped off the sofa, shouting, "Who's there? Who's talking to me?" His eyes darted around the room in panic, searching for the source of the voice. The apartment was eerily silent, heightening his fear. Is this really a supernatural encounter? Host, I am the Omnipotent System. I am now integrated with your body. We share a symbiotic relationship. Your success is mine, and vice versa. To communicate, simply focus on your thoughts, and I will understand. Shuddering, Xia Ming froze. His face turned pale, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead despite his recent shower. With a trembling voice, he stammered, Who are you? Why are you inside me? What do you want? The voice in his mind spoke again. I am the Omnipotent system. My purpose is to transform you into the most outstanding young man. As for my origin, I was developed as a high-tech product many years into the future. Realizing the system bore him no malice, Xia Ming began to calm down. Still, he found the situation hard to believe. Was he really like one of those protagonists in novels who suddenly acquire a system? Host, your assumption is correct. I am bound to you, just like in those novels. Xia Ming had always thought such stories were mere fiction. Yet here he was, inexplicably becoming the protagonist of one. He couldn't believe his luck or misfortune. Just as he was processing the bizarre reality, the system's voice interrupted his thoughts. Since you've just received the system, you are eligible for a new user gift package as a token of welcome. Would you like to claim it now? Excited, Xia Ming immediately conveyed his intention through thought. Claim it. Congratulations, host. You've received a skill book and a bottle of body enhancement serum. Would you like to use them now? Chapter 2, The Incredible System. Skill book. What's that? And what's body enhancing liquid supposed to be? The skill book is a means for the host to acquire skills, granting access to unique abilities. As for the body enhancing liquid, it improves the host's physical condition and enhances overall health. Hearing this, Xia Ming understood. So, that's what these items were for. He had read a couple of novels about systems before, so he had some idea about these things. Learn. As soon as Xia Ming uttered the word, he suddenly felt a book appear in his hand. But just as quickly, the book vanished before his eyes. Immediately, a vast amount of English knowledge flooded into his mind. Though Xia Ming had attended college, his English proficiency barely reached CET for level, a common feat in modern society. But now, with all this English knowledge absorbed into his brain, Xia Ming realized he understood even the most obscure terms. He was stunned. Unable to contain his excitement, Xia Ming turned on the computer nearby and visited a foreign website. When he looked at the text on the page, he was astounded. It's real. I can actually read these words. Xia Ming could hardly believe it. Just yesterday, his English skills were mediocre at best, something he barely scraped through on luck alone. Foreign websites used to be incomprehensible to him, but now he found himself reading them effortlessly. Every piece of knowledge seemed engraved in his mind, surfacing as soon as he thought about it. It was as though no English text could challenge him anymore. This felt surreal. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Xia Ming asked, System, can you explain all of your functions to me? Certainly, the mechanical voice replied in Xia Ming's head, cold and precise like a machine. This is the Almighty System, and its purpose is self-evident. In the Almighty System, the host can acquire a variety of skills. These skills are designed to transform the host into the ultimate all-rounder. Essentially, this system is omnipotent. As the system droned on, Xia Ming began to feel drowsy. This system sure knows how to boast, he thought. At this rate, it'll take until sunrise for it to finish. Still, Xia Ming managed to grasp some key points from the explanation, particularly about honor points. These points were akin to currency within the system's marketplace, making them indispensable. The system continued, honor points allow their host to participate in lotteries. Each draw costs 100 points. Alternatively, the host can use honor points to redeem items in the system's store. However, only items previously won through the lottery will be available for redemption. As for earning honor points, the host can only obtain them through system-assigned tasks. These tasks are tailored to their host's circumstances. Upon completion, the host will be rewarded with a corresponding amount of points. Different tasks yield different rewards. Xia Ming finally understood. The system wasn't handing out freebies. Instead, it imposed a currency system to regulate access to its resources. To get what he wanted, he needed to earn as many honor points as possible. One more thing, the system added. This system will not stay with the host indefinitely. If their host fails to meet the criteria for becoming an all-rounder, the system will leave immediately. However, upon departure, the host will be subjected to termination. What the? You can't be serious. This system never jokes. Xia Ming felt deflated. His initial plans to live a laid-back life, relying on the system as a cheat, were now shattered. Clearly, his ambitions of being lazy were just a pipe dream. Can you leave my body then? Xia Ming asked reluctantly. Of course, but that will result in immediate termination for the host. Wait, no. Let us talk this through. I don't want you to leave anymore. Is that okay? Xia Ming quickly relented. Feeling utterly defeated, Xia Ming sighed. While he was grateful for the system, it came with so many strings attached that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. System, how many honor points do I have now? Xia Ming asked. None. Are you kidding me? Can't you at least give me some to start with? Other systems come with all sorts of perks for their hosts. Look at me, barely 2 rewards to my name. Can't you show some generosity? We're not that close. Realizing that begging the system was futile, Xia Ming sighed in resignation. Suddenly, as Xia Ming leaned back on the sofa, a sharp pain in his back made him wince. Ouch! He had completely forgotten about the injury he sustained earlier, which left a blood stain on his back. His expression soured as the pain reminded him of its presence. Then, he remembered the body-enhancing liquid. System, what exactly does this liquid do? Xia Ming asked. It strengthens the host's body, removes impurities, and heals injuries. Hearing this, Xia Ming's spirits lifted. Wow, my luck is turning around. I was just worrying about the injury, and now I have a solution. Excited, Xia Ming picked up the vial of body-enhancing liquid. The liquid was stored in a small, transparent bottle, looking no different from plain water. Xia Ming sniffed it cautiously but couldn't detect any scent. No smell. Does this thing really work? Xia Ming hesitated but ultimately decided to drink it. After all, what harm could it do? Moments later, Xia Ming winced as the pain in his back persisted. It doesn't work. What a scam. System, are you sure this stuff works? It feels like a dud. Is this some cheap knockoff? This system's products are of the highest quality. However, the body-enhancing liquid is not meant to be ingested. Wait, what? Then how is it supposed to be used? Xia Ming asked, stunned. It's for bathing. You tricked me. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask. Are you kidding me? Xia Ming felt utterly defeated. The system had deliberately let him embarrass himself to drive home its existence. Will drinking it cause any issues? Xia Ming asked nervously. As if in response, a wave of heat surged in his abdomen, spreading throughout his body. His face turned beet red, and sweat poured down his forehead. Xia Ming muttered through clenched teeth, You gave me an aphrodisiac, didn't you? The rest of the night was one of agony. The next morning, Xia Ming groggily opened his eyes, looking worse for wear with dark circles under them. Still fuming, he cursed, Damn you, system. While showering, Xia Ming suddenly noticed something unusual. Wait a minute, my back doesn't hurt anymore. He rushed to a mirror and twisted his body to inspect his back. The bloodstain that had formed from his injury was gone, leaving no trace of bruising or pain. Stunned, Xia Ming clenched his fists and felt a surge of strength coursing through his body. It's real. All of it's real, he whispered in amazement. Chapter 3, An Old Classmate. After taking a shower, Xia Ming sat deep in thought and murmured, I haven't worked in months, and I only have about 2,000 yuan left. If I can't find a job this month, I might really be in trouble. What should I do? To be honest, Xia Ming's personality was somewhat lazy. His failure to find a job was partly due to his lack of experience and high expectations, but also because he was unwilling to take on hard or dirty work. Forget it. I heard there's a job fair today. Maybe I'll try my luck there, he decided. With that thought, Xia Ming grabbed his resume and headed out. It was a Tuesday in the heat of summer. The blazing sun quickly climbed high into the sky, leaving many people grumbling about the weather. Fortunately, there was a bus stop right outside Xia Ming's home. For just 2 yuan, he boarded an air-conditioned bus, which felt pleasantly cool. Arriving at the Jiangju Talent Market, Xia Ming saw crowds of people hustling about. This job fair was the largest in the entire city, attracting many job seekers eager to find their ideal positions and submit resumes. As soon as Xia Ming entered the building, a wave of heat hit him, making him uncomfortable. Hesitating for a moment, he ventured inside, wandering around the venue. Most of the jobs he found were sales positions, which didn't appeal to him. Simply put, he was too lazy for such work. Sales jobs usually offer commissions essentially, the more effort you put in and the more you sell, the higher your earnings. For someone like Xia Ming, who preferred an easygoing lifestyle, this wasn't a viable option. Oh, still no suitable jobs, Xia Ming frowned. To be honest, even he wasn't sure what kind of job he wanted. Deep down, he longed for a relaxed office job, but such positions were rare at the fair. What should I do? An idea suddenly struck him, and he grinned. I've got it. Feeling pleased with his own ingenuity, Xia Ming found a piece of cardboard and wrote on it. I have no skills but am looking for a simple office job. If you're interested, come talk to me. Reasonable rates, no deception. After finishing, Xia Ming admired his work, thinking, when did I become so clever? He hung the sign around his neck, found a spot to sit on the ground, and let his mind wander. Xia Ming's sign quickly attracted attention. Soon, many people were pointing and whispering. Hey, check this guy out. Is he for real? Yeah, right. He wants an office job but admits he has no skills. What company would hire him? My guess? Probably a fresh graduate from some university. Could be. Office jobs aren't easy to find. I've been looking for one too, but no luck so far. Because Xia Ming stood out so much, more and more people began to gather, casting curious looks at him. Xia Ming, however, remained unfazed. As long as he drew attention, he figured companies might notice him too. At that moment, a young woman entered the talent market. She wore a tailored blazer, a black skirt that barely reached her knees, and sheer black stockings. Her figure was stunning, especially her long legs, which rivaled those of international supermodels. The woman brushed aside her bangs, revealing a delicate and radiant face that caught everyone's attention. Her beauty turned her into the focal point of the entire job fair. Beside her was a man in a suit with polished shoes so shiny they could serve as mirrors. The man couldn't help but complain, President Lin, do we really need to come to a job fair to hire? It's crowded and hot here. Why don't you head back while I handle the recruiting for you? The stunning woman, Lin Wanqing, furrowed her brows slightly and replied, you work for Xia Group. If you can't handle even a little discomfort, how will you perform in your role? Xia Group is one of the top companies in Jiangsu, worth billions. We don't need to recruit here. We already have plenty of applicants flooding in. Why bother coming here? The man, Wang Dao, was an employee of Xia Group, while the strikingly beautiful woman was none other than its president, Lin Wanqing. If anyone at the fair recognized her, they would undoubtedly be shocked. Lin Wanqing was not only a prominent figure but also a formidable business leader in Jiangsu. Still, her presence at such a venue for recruitment was surprising. Never underestimate these places, Lin Wanqing said calmly. The best talents often come from unexpected places. All right, Wang Dao relented. He couldn't argue with his boss. Just then, a commotion erupted ahead, drawing Lin Wanqing's attention. Frowning slightly, she walked toward the source of the noise, her black high heels clicking against the floor. Her sharp gaze soon landed on Xia Ming sitting on the ground. When Lin Wanqing saw the sign around Xia Ming's neck, she seemed intrigued. Noticing her interest, Wang Dao looked over as well. The moment he saw Xia Ming, he couldn't help but exclaim, Xia Ming. Lin Wanqing turned to him. You know him? Of course I do, Wang Dao replied, his eyes flashing with a hint of hostility. He was my college classmate. How could I not know him? There was some history between Wang Dao and Xia Ming. Back in college, Xia Ming was something of a standout, and Wang Dao, who had also been trying to make a name for himself, often found himself overshadowed. Adding insult to injury, the two had once fallen for the same girl, and Xia Ming had won her over, leaving Wang Dao bitter. Though Wang Dao had never dared confront Xia Ming directly, Xia Ming was a fierce fighter who could be downright intimidating. He still harbored resentment. Oh? Tell me more, Lin Wanqing prompted. Wang Dao hesitated but then quickly said, this guy was a total troublemaker in college, always getting into fights. Honestly, he was more like a thug than a student. As for academics, he was terrible, an absolute failure. I can't see any redeeming qualities in him. He went on to disparage Xia Ming, painting him as utterly useless. Lin Wanqing glanced at Wang Dao, then back at Xia Ming. For some reason, she felt there was something unusual about him. Her curiosity piqued, she walked over to Xia Ming. Her presence silenced the surrounding chatter as everyone turned to watch her. Lin Wanqing's beauty was so dazzling that it was impossible to ignore her. "What school did you graduate from?" she asked. Xia Ming, who had been daydreaming, snapped out of it at the sound of her melodious voice. When he saw her, his first thought was, beautiful. Absolutely stunning. A goddess, for sure. Jiangju University, he replied instinctively. "You're looking for an office job?" Lin Wanqing glanced at his sign again and asked. "Yeah, it's written there, isn't it?" Xia Ming replied. "What skills do you have?" she continued. "Does eating count?" Pfft. The crowd burst into laughter, their mockery palpable. Unperturbed, Xia Ming scratched his nose and thought, is eating really such a big deal? Why does everyone look down on it? Lin Wanqing frowned slightly and asked again, besides eating, what else can you do? Realizing this was his chance to impress such a beautiful woman, Xia Ming straightened up and said seriously, I can do a lot. Besides eating, I can play games, farm, walk. As Xia Ming listed a series of mundane skills, the crowd's laughter grew louder. Finally, as if struck by inspiration, he added, oh, and I know English. Lin Wanqing's eyes lit up at this last statement. It felt like she had discovered something valuable. You know English? What level? Standing nearby, Wang Dao couldn't help but interject. President Lin, don't be fooled. This guy only passed CET 4, and it took him 2 years to do it. He's nothing but a slacker. At that moment, Xia Ming finally noticed Wang Dao. Smiling warmly, he said, if it isn't Wang Dao, our class monitor. How have you been? It's been months since graduation. Want to grab a meal and catch up? Wang Dao narrowed his eyes suspiciously, wondering what Xia Ming was plotting this time. Chapter 4, System Task. Although Xia Ming appeared friendly and amicable, the more approachable he seemed, the more cautious Wang Dao became. No need, I don't have the time, Wang Dao said impatiently, waving his hand dismissively. At that moment, Lin Wanqing suddenly glared at Wang Dao, startling him. His heart skipped a beat, and he thought, oh no. He realized that Lin Wanqing's glare was a sign of her anger. He had completely forgotten that she had been asking Xia Ming a question just moments earlier. Now, Wang Dao was feeling nervous. Are you really CET for certified in English? Lin Wanqing asked. The reason Lin Wanqing asked this question was to confirm whether Xia Ming was truthful. If he really was certified, she would leave him alone. Her company was in urgent need of a translator, especially someone proficient in English. Just having a CET 8 certification wouldn't suffice, they needed someone fluent in spoken English and familiar with technical terminology. Such talent was hard to find. Yes, I'm indeed CET for certified, Xia Ming said with a harmless smile. Lin, I told you, his academic performance was always mediocre, and he is extremely lazy in everything he does. I think we should move on and look elsewhere, Wang Dao interjected impatiently. Having held a grudge against Xia Ming since their college days, Wang Dao couldn't bear to see him succeed. He hoped to show Xia Ming that while he might have been impressive back then, in society, he was nothing. Wang Dao made every effort to disparage Xia Ming in front of Lin Wanqing to leave a poor impression of him in her mind. However, Lin Wanqing was perceptive. She could immediately sense the animosity between Xia Ming and Wang Dao. Yet, she couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed after hearing Xia Ming's response. Perhaps you don't meet our company's requirements, she said gently, rejecting him. Seeing this, Wang Dao's face lit up with joy. He glared at Xia Ming, raising his chin slightly in a provocative manner. Hearing her words, Xia Ming grew anxious. Just as panic set in, a sudden beeping noise echoed in his mind. Host task, join the company of the beauty before you. The system will reward the host with 100 honor points upon success. Failure to complete the task will result in the system deeming the host unqualified and proceeding with humane termination. Host, please make an effort. What? System task? The sudden task startled Xia Ming. He quickly asked, why is this task so sudden? And if I can't complete it, will I really be terminated? Correct. This threw Xia Ming into a panic. All he wanted was a stable office job to while away the days. Being terminated was absolutely unacceptable. Seeing Lin Wanqing turning to leave, Xia Ming hurriedly shouted, "Wait! I forgot to mention something." Speaking rapidly, Xia Ming said, "Although I only have a CET4 certification, my English proficiency is actually far beyond CET8. I can converse effortlessly with foreigners, and I'm also familiar with many technical terminologies." Swish! At the mention of technical terminologies, Lin Wanqing, who had been walking away, suddenly stopped. Turning to look at Xia Ming, her exquisitely beautiful face was tinged with curiosity. "Is that true?" she asked. "Of course." Xia Ming quickly assured her. "Lin, don't fall for his lies. This guy makes things up without hesitation." "I know his English level very well," Wang Dao said urgently, trying to dissuade her. Xia Ming was furious. "Wang Dao, what is that supposed to mean? Are you calling me a liar? And how would you know my English level? Are you some kind of mind reader? I say I'm at CET8, and you insist I'm at CET4. What kind of person does that?" Xia Ming glared at Wang Dao angrily, making his irritation clear. "Lin, you have to trust me," Wang Dao pleaded earnestly. But seeing Lin Wanqing's slightly displeased expression, Wang Dao quickly added, "Lin, how about this? If he claims to be CET8 certified and knows technical terminology, why don't we test him?" Lin Wanqing hesitated for a moment, considering Wang Dao's suggestion. It wasn't easy to find someone with CET8 proficiency and knowledge of technical terminology. Wang Dao seized the opportunity and quickly pulled out his phone. His eyes gleamed as he searched the internet for a highly specialized article. After a few moments, he found one. It was an article about mechanical engineering, full of obscure technical terms that even experts would find challenging. After reviewing the article, Wang Dao smirked. "Let us see how you plan to get into Xingye Group now," he thought. Handing the phone to Xia Ming, Wang Dao said smugly, "Since you claim to be proficient in technical English, translating this article should be a piece of cake for you. Let us see how well you do." Xia Ming glanced casually at Wang Dao but didn't he take the phone. Instead, he said disdainfully, "Why should I do whatever you tell me? That would make me look bad." Wang Dao's face turned livid. If it weren't for Lin Wanqing standing nearby, he might have exploded on the spot. Suppressing his anger, he looked at Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing took the phone, glanced at the article, and said, "All right. If you can translate this article, I'll hire you on the spot with a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. Deal?" Hearing this, Xia Ming's eyes lit up. A 10,000 yuan monthly salary was a dream come true for most fresh graduates, especially when many only earned about 2,000 yuan a month. Deal. "But Lin, you better not go back on your word," Xia Ming said eagerly. Lin Wanqing frowned slightly, feeling somewhat insulted. "Do you think I, as the CEO of Xingye Group, would go back on my word?" Seeing Lin Wanqing's displeasure, Wang Dao quickly jumped in. "Xia Ming, do you think Lin is like you? She's not a petty liar like you." Satisfied with his jab, Wang Dao felt he had managed to showcase himself favorably in front of Lin Wanqing. "All right, I'll start translating now," Xia Ming said, taking the phone. Scanning the article briefly, Xia Ming began translating fluently. As he continued, Wang Dao's face grew increasingly pale. How is this possible? How can he translate such a complex article so effortlessly? Even professionals would struggle. Wang Dao thought, drenched in sweat. Lin Wanqing, on the other hand, was thrilled. She had finally found the talent her company desperately needed. "Not bad. You're hired. Welcome to Xingye Group." Chapter 5, Wang Dao is at fault again. "Mr. Lin, it's impossible. Mr. Lin, there is no way he can know so many professional terms. He only has a CET4. How could he know so many professional terms?" Wang Dao, who was standing nearby, was unhappy when he heard that Xia Ming was going to join Xingye Group. He worked very hard in Xingye Group, but his monthly salary was only 6,000 yuan at most, and that was because he had a relative in Xingye Group. If Xia Ming went to Xingye Group, his monthly salary would be 10,000 yuan, and he would lose all his advantages over Xia Ming. Wang Dao is a person who cares a lot about face. If Xia Ming had not joined Xingye Group, he could still have some sense of accomplishment in front of Xia Ming. Even if you are awesome in school, what can you do? As long as you enter the society, your tricks will not work at all. If Xia Ming's salary was 10,000 yuan, then his sense of superiority would be gone. How could Wang Dao tolerate this? It was fine if he was one level lower than him in school, but he could not tolerate being one level lower than him in society. Okay. Lin Wanqing looked at Wang Dao with a little anger. Feeling the aura from Lin Wanqing, Wang Dao quickly shut his mouth. Lin Wanqing was the chairman of Qingye Group, so she naturally had an aura that was intimidating without being angry. From now on, you will be an employee of Qingye Group. So, just stay with me. Brush. Wang Dao became jealous. Being by Lin Wanqing's side. What a great honor that would be. Who is Mr. Lin? Who does he contact? This would be of great benefit to future development. However, Lin Wanqing just let Xia Ming be by her side so casually, which made Wang Dao envious and jealous. Lin Wanqing is his goddess, but now Xia Ming has surpassed her, which makes Wang Dao even more jealous. Boss Lin, do you want to test him again? Maybe he is pretending. Maybe he has seen this article on his computer before, and it was just a coincidence that he translated it today. Wang Dao still didn't give up and couldn't help but persuade him. Xia Ming, who was standing aside, looked at Wang Dao angrily, thinking, after so many years, you, Wang Dao, are still such a bad person. You can't stand others being better than you. It's okay that you stopped me from entering Qingye Group once, but now you're still saying bad things about me in front of Lin Wanqing. How can I tolerate this? Xia Ming said calmly, Wang Dao, what do you mean by this? What do you mean by coincidence? Where in the world can such a coincidence happen? HMPH, Xia Ming, don't think I don't know your little calculations. You don't even look at your own character. You still want to eat swan meat like a toad. It's just wishful thinking. You're dreaming. Wang Dao cursed. I won't argue with you. Xia Ming was very conscious of leaving a good impression in front of Lin Wanqing. It was very unwise to curse in front of a beautiful woman. At least it would greatly reduce his image in the beautiful woman's heart. As expected, Lin Wanqing frowned. After seeing Lin Wanqing's expression, Xia Ming laughed in his heart and said, Wang Dao, don't say that I don't give you face. Find another article. If I translated it wrong, what do you say? If I translated it correctly, you will stand upside down here for half an hour. How about that? Can you do it? Wang Dao was overjoyed when he heard this, and said in surprise, You came to me on your own, don't blame me. Wang Dao said, Okay, I promise you, if you lose, you will take off all your clothes and stand upside down here for half an hour. When Lin Wanqing heard about the bet between the two people, her pretty face darkened. No matter who lost in the end, it would definitely affect the image of Qingye Group, which made Lin Wanqing a little angry. Good job, young man. You gamble here and we'll cheer you on from the side. Someone shouted immediately. Young man, we believe in you, you can definitely win. You are just relying on the fact that you are an employee of Qingye Group. What's so great about that? Can employees of Qingye Group be superior to others? You are still making things difficult for me, ho. At this time, the discussion also rose and fell. They heard what Wang Dao and Xia Ming said just now. This guy named Wang Dao made things difficult for Xia Ming. This made everyone present feel a little uncomfortable. Why can you enter Qingye Group but others can't? Why do you make it so difficult for others to enter Qingye Group? People who don't know would think that your Qingye Group is so high-end. There were more and more noises around, and Lin Wanqing's pretty face was extremely cold. There was also a hint of anger in her eyes when she looked at Wang Dao. What happened today was completely a discredit to Qingye Group, and it greatly reduced Lin Wanqing's impression of Wang Dao. Wang Dao gritted his teeth and found another article on the internet. It was an article about water conservancy projects. The content in it was very complicated and involved many professional terms. Most people need to search for a lot of information on the internet to know these professional terms. Even Americans may not be able to translate this thing completely. Wang Dao said, As long as you can translate this article, I will agree with you. When Xia Ming heard this, he said impatiently, Do I need your approval? Wang Dao's face flushed, which made him a little angry. Wang Dao didn't agree, but he still said, You translate first. Xia Ming glanced at it casually and spoke out the meaning of it casually. He spoke very fluently, as if the article was written by him. For a moment, this made Wang Dao stunned again. I have finished translating, please check if it is correct. Wang Dao's face turned pale and confused. He hadn't expected that what Xia Ming said about his good English was actually true. This was like a slap in the face. It was so painful. That's impossible. For a moment, Xia Ming's worldview completely collapsed in Wang Dao's eyes. He even felt like he was dreaming. Xia Ming, who had been struggling to pass the CET4 exam, had become so good at English now. How could this be possible? Just when Wang Dao was stunned, Lin Wanqing glared at Wang Dao fiercely. Her favorable impression of Wang Dao dropped to the lowest point. This time, Wang Dao lost both the wife and the army. Come to work at the company tomorrow. Lin Wanqing said. Thank you, thank you. Xia Ming was so happy. He had just graduated and didn't have much experience, so many companies were unwilling to hire him. What's more, his requirements were very high. He wanted to sit in an office. Who doesn't want to sit in an office? The key is that those who can sit in an office are all experienced and capable people, otherwise who would want you? So naturally no one wanted Xia Ming. He had come here today just to try his luck, but he didn't expect to catch such a big fish. Qingye Group is a famous group in Jiangsu City. He. Xia Ming took off the sign hanging around his neck to the tune of joy. When he walked past Wang Dao was so angry that his nostrils became bigger. Wang Dao clenched his fists tightly. He had calculated everything, but in the end he had miscalculated. When Xia Ming left, Lin Wanqing also left. However, Lin Wanqing became curious about Xia Ming. How could a student who had just graduated have such a profound foundation in English? He also graduated from Jiangsu University and knew the situation of Jiangsu University very well. With curiosity, Lin Wanqing left the job market, secretly sighing that her trip was not in vain. After returning home, Xia Ming suddenly thought, damn it, I actually forgot to let Wang Dao do a handstand. He and Wang Dao had made a bet. Xia Ming regretted it immediately. Just then, a mechanical voice sounded. Ding ding, congratulations to their host for completing the task and obtaining 100 honor points. Now their host can spend 100 honor points to get a chance to draw a lottery. Would the host like to draw a lottery? Chapter 6, The First Lottery. Lottery. Xia Ming was a little confused for a moment, and asked quickly, wait, what does this lottery mean? The lottery is a 100 honor points lottery. No matter what time it is, the host only needs 100 honor points to draw. During the lottery, the host can get something unexpected. The system divides the lottery process into 4 categories based on classification. These 4 categories are different and each has its own uses. The first is the skill type. You can get what you want, such as cooking, medicine, and martial arts, etc. The second is the attribute type. It can permanently increase the host's attribute values and provide some experience points. The third one is consumable. Its function is to have disposable consumables. The fourth is the special category, which can provide you with some special items, etc. How can I draw the lottery now? Xia Ming couldn't help but ask. The host only needs to immerse his consciousness in the system, and the host will know it. After hearing the system's explanation, Xia Ming silently said, enter the system. When Xia Ming regained consciousness, he found that he had come to an unfamiliar space. In front of him was a large turntable with 4 areas on it. These 4 areas were skills, attributes, consumption, and special. However, Xia Ming glanced and saw that there was a character attribute in the upper left corner. Xia Ming asked curiously, System, what is this character attribute? It is the host's attribute. The host will know when he opens it. The system's mechanical voice replied. Oh. Xia Ming used his mind to open his attributes, and then a series of dialogue boxes appeared in front of Xia Ming, and it was written on it. Host name, Xia Ming. Host gender, male. Host age, 24. Host's position, trash among all-rounders. Note, their host is currently the worst all-rounder, which is really embarrassing for the all-rounder world. If their host doesn't work hard, he will be trash in the future. Host physical condition, good. Host life skills, English level 8. Host honor value, 100. Each time the host draws a lottery, 100 honor values are required, and the host can also use honor values to purchase skills and regular items in the mall, but items that have not been drawn will not be displayed in the mall. System evaluation, the host can do nothing and is a waste among wastes. The host should work hard. When Xia Ming saw his own introduction, he thought to himself, it seems that I am still a good citizen who knows nothing. Then can I start the lottery now? Xia Ming asked. Can. Hearing the system's affirmative answer, Xia Ming was very happy and said silently, "Gods and Buddhas in the sky, you must obey my exchange and bless me so that I can draw a good treasure. What I need most now is a large sum of money." After praying randomly in his heart, Xia Ming's mind touched the button on the lottery wheel. Bargy. The lottery has begun. The pointer on the roulette wheel began to spin rapidly in a clockwise direction. After a few seconds, the pointer slowly slowed down, slower and slower, until it finally stopped. Then the pointer pointed to the skill category column with the smallest area on the turntable. The draw is over. A golden box jumped out, flashed a few times in Xia Ming's mind, and then opened. Then a technical book flew out. When Xia Ming saw the skill book floating in front of him, he said in surprise, "It's actually medical skills." The name of this skill book immediately appeared in Xia Ming's mind. Grandmaster's Medical Skills. Xia Ming also knew that these skills were graded, and the levels were entry level, elementary, intermediate, advanced, proficient, expert, master, grandmaster, and grandmaster. The cooking skill he obtained turned out to be a grandmaster's medical skill, which surprised Xia Ming. Aren't these graded? How could he suddenly draw a grandmaster's medical skill? This made Xia Ming feel a little overwhelmed. Since this is their host's first time drawing a lottery, the system rewards their host with a chance to draw a grandmaster's lottery. No matter what their host draws, it will be upgraded to the level of a grandmaster. This is considered a reward for their host. There will be no such reward in the future. What? Xia Ming felt a little upset at the time. With such a good opportunity, he ended up drawing such a useless thing. This made Xia Ming a little disappointed. Oh my god, why didn't the goddess of luck favor him? Xia Ming wanted to draw the lottery again, but found that he had no honor points at all and it was impossible for him to draw the lottery again. Xia Ming, who was a little depressed, said, "Learn medical skills." Xia Ming felt that his mind had gained a lot of knowledge about medical skills. This knowledge seemed to contain the world's most advanced medical skills. He found that as long as he wanted, he could treat any disease in the world. The sudden feeling made Xia Ming a little stunned. This medical skill was simply too powerful. He felt that Huertuo was probably just trash in his eyes. However, Xia Ming was really tired today as he had been in the job market for such a long time. So after returning home, he lay down and took a deep sleep. He didn't know how long it took him to wake up. However, when he woke up, it was already the next morning. He had slept for a full 18 hours, which made Xia Ming feel a little incredible. When did I become so lazy? I slept until I woke up naturally, and it's already 8 o'clock. Xia Ming opened his eyes and muttered dazedly. No, I remember. Thinking of this, Xia Ming suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Oh no, I'm going to be late." Xia Ming quickly got up and rushed to the bathroom. It took him only 5 minutes to finish washing up, then he left home carrying the shoulder bag that he had bought from somewhere for 100 yuan. When he arrived at Xingyar Group, it was already around 9:30. Xia Ming was very depressed. How could this happen? I clearly felt that I went to bed early enough, so why did I get up so late? Am I getting old? No, that's not right. People who are old should not sleep. How come I can sleep so much here? Xia Ming really couldn't figure it out. When he arrived in front of the Xingyar Group's building, he was shocked by it. Looking up at the skyscraper that rises into the sky, Xia Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. It is indeed a company worth tens of billions. The location here is prosperous. Perhaps only a large group like Xingyar Group can own an entire building. After sighing, Xia Ming walked into the building and took the elevator to the 13th floor. The entire floor of Xingyar building belongs to the marketing department. From this point, it can be seen that the marketing department is definitely one of the most core departments of Xingyar Group. But it is true that the marketing department has the best treatment in the entire Xingyar Group, because most of the income of Xingyar Group comes from this marketing department. The vast majority of Xingyar Group's assets. As a college graduate, Xia Ming is very proud to be able to work here and get a job that countless people dream of. You know, anyone who can work here is the elite among the elites. After Xia Ming walked into the marketing department, he saw a busy scene, but the perceptive Xia Ming sensed a heavy and depressing atmosphere. For some reason, he always felt that these people were very impatient, as if something had happened. Hey, I wonder who it is, isn't this our Xia Ming? As soon as Xia Ming walked in here, he was noticed by Wang Dao. He was severely humiliated by Xia Ming yesterday, which made Wang Dao somewhat unwilling. Why is this little gangster's luck better than his? This made him very unconvinced, so he came to Xingye Group early this morning, with the purpose of tripping Xia Ming up so that Xia Ming would know that he is also a bully in the Xingye Group. But what made Wang Dao more angry was, when he waited at the elevator door until 8 o'clock, he found that he didn't see Xia Ming at all, so he kept waiting by the side. Until now, he finally saw Xia Ming. It was already 9:30. Wang Dao was so angry. If one could work in such a big company, who would dare to be late? But this bastard was not only late, but also made him wait for 2 hours in vain. That was 2 whole hours. He felt his legs were shaking. So when Wang Dao saw Xia Ming, he spoke in a very unfriendly tone. What? He said in a somewhat unfriendly tone. What? Wang Dao snorted coldly and said loudly, "Look at yourself, are you working? Do you look like you are working? Look at what time it is now. Come back tomorrow." Wang Dao's voice was very loud, attracting a lot of people's attention. Many people immediately looked over. After seeing Wang Dao scolding Xia Ming, many people started talking and whispering at Xia Ming. Look, who is he? He was actually scolded by Wang Dao like this. It is said that he is a newcomer recruited by General Manager Lin himself. I really don't know how he managed to get past General Manager Lin's eyes. It is said that he graduated from a prestigious institution like Jiangsu University. How come he has no concept of time at all? It's almost 10 o'clock. It'll be time to get off work in a little while, but he's just here. It's really embarrassing to work with someone like him. You said that he graduated from Jiangsu University. It is said that our General Manager Lin also graduated from Jiangsu University. What do you think, will these two people? Impossible. How can he be worthy of our General Manager Lin? Our General Manager Lin is one of the 3 beauties in the entire Jiangsu city. I'm afraid only those who are truly talented can win the favor of our General Manager Lin. How can he be so worthy? Then what do you think? Could this guy be a relative of our General Manager Lin? Don't talk nonsense. How could our President Lin have such a loser relative? It's impossible. Xia Ming had amazing hearing and he could hear these people's discussions clearly. Hearing their talk, Xia Ming frowned secretly. It seemed that his situation in the company was not very good. But he was also puzzled. He hadn't offended anyone, so why were these people treating him like that? At this time, Xia Ming looked at Wang Dao. After seeing the joy in Wang Dao's eyes, Xia Ming suddenly understood that the relationship was all caused by this guy. Chapter 7 Lin Wanqing's Trouble. What does it have to do with you whether I come or not? You are not the leader, why should I listen to you? Xia Ming said with a snort. What? You are late and you think you are right. If everyone in the company is like you, then there is no need to operate our company. Wang Dao couldn't help but scold. It's not up to you to decide whether the company opens or not. Xia Ming couldn't help but mutter. Although Xia Ming's voice was very low, it happened to be heard by Wang Dao. Wang Dao almost fainted at that time. He felt a ball of anger burning in his chest. He is simply a black sheep. Wang Dao was so angry that he didn't know what to say. Xia Ming strode forward, pushed Wang Dao aside, made way for him, and then started towards Lin Wanqing's office. Lin Wanqing's office was at the innermost and was also the most conspicuous one. At this time, Xia Ming was too lazy to pay attention to Wang Dao. In his eyes, this guy was just a clown. Xia Ming quickly walked to Lin Wanqing's office, and at this moment, Xia Ming suddenly heard a scream. At first, Xia Ming thought he had heard it wrong, which made Xia Ming pause in confusion. However, when he heard the second scream accompanied by the sound of glass breaking, Xia Ming's heart was suddenly filled with anger. He never expected that he would encounter such a thing here in broad daylight. This was intolerable. Right now. In the office. Lin Wanqing's clothes were a little messy, her hair was disheveled, and one of her feet wearing black high heels was touching the ground, as if she was injured. However, she was staring angrily at an older man, and the man was also staring at Lin Wanqing, his eyes full of naked desire for possession. Lin Wanqing, as long as you agree to be my lover, then I will sign this contract with you, and your Xingye Group can also avoid this crisis, so that your Xingye Group will not face the crisis of a broken capital chain. Lin Wanqing was so angry that her little chest was shaking and her beautiful eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. Bang! But at this moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open. When Lin Wanqing saw Xia Ming suddenly coming in, her body trembled violently. For some reason, after seeing Xia Ming, she actually felt a sense of security. The old man was also a little panicked for a short time, but then he regained his dignity and shouted with a sullen face, "Who are you? Who let you in? Don't you know that I'm discussing business with your general manager Lin?" To be honest, the aura emanating from this old man was indeed intimidating without even being angry, but Xia Ming ignored the old man. How could his own President Lin, such a beautiful girl, be so lucky to be married to such an old guy? This old guy was good enough to be President Lin's father, but this old guy actually wanted to threaten President Lin, and Xia Ming couldn't tolerate it. He hates to see women being bullied. And she is such a beautiful woman like General Lin. He suddenly walked forward and stopped only in front of the old man. The old man was so scared that he stepped back repeatedly. Xia Ming was so close to him, which made the old man feel a little uneasy. Xia Ming was young and strong, and he was so old, how could he be Xia Ming's opponent? Although he felt uneasy, he still frowned and scolded, "Who are you? I warn you, hitting people is illegal." Facing the threat from this old man, Xia Ming, without the slightest fear, he had no good feelings towards this old man who bullied women. This old guy must have been married a long time ago, and his son might be older than him, yet this guy was still taking advantage of young girls. I don't know why, if it was someone else, Xia Ming might not have lost his temper so much, but when he saw Lin Wanqing being bullied, he completely exploded. Xia Ming looked at the old man. When the old man saw that Xia Ming was not afraid at all and even looked at him, he became even angrier. However, when he saw Xia Ming's eyes, he shuddered all over. He felt that Xia Ming's eyes were like a pool of deep water, bottomless. The cold gaze was a little scary, as if he wanted to tear him to pieces. Just one glance and he felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. "You even dare to bully my wife? Today I will let you know why flowers are so red." Xia Ming was a little angry. After he said this, Lin Wanqing's pretty face suddenly turned red. Over the years, Lin Wanqing had been living alone. In order to support this huge group, she didn't know how much grievance she had suffered. When she was bullied in the past, she had also fantasized about a Prince Charming falling from the sky and helping her through the disaster. However, she has never encountered such a thing in all these years. When she saw Xia Ming, the Prince Charming who seemed to have fallen from the sky, Lin Wanqing's heart started pounding for a moment, she didn't know why. Xia Ming looked at the old man with a dark face. It would be best to kill such a beastly guy directly. However, Xia Ming was still rational. He knew that he couldn't really kill him, but he could still give him a good beating. Par. Xia Ming swung his palm and slapped the old man hard on the face. The old man was a little confused by Xia Ming's slap. In all these years, no one had ever slapped him in the face, but today he was slapped in the face by someone. This made the old man immediately angry. "Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me? I tell you, you are done. You are done." Even Lin Wanqing was shocked to see Xia Ming being so violent. Lin Wanqing looked at Xia Ming in disbelief. The man in front of her was Guo Haifei, the president of Jiangju City Northern Group. The Northern Group was a group that was no worse than their Qingye Group, and it was one of the best in Jiangju City. She didn't expect that she would be slapped in the face here. Who would believe it if she told others about it? Lin Wanqing also became a little worried. "I'm done." Xia Ming smiled coldly, then stretched out his hand and slapped Guo Haifei's old face hard several times again, saying as he hit him, "I told you that I was done, but you still want to kill me. Look at you, you are so old, but you still have no sense of shame, and you actually bully a little girl like this. This slap is for my wife to slap you." Par. Xia Ming slapped Guo Haifei hard on the face, and then continued, "I'm telling you, this is my chosen wife. You deserve to be beaten for bullying my wife." Par. Xia Ming slapped Guo Haifei on the face again and said, "This slap is for me to slap you." Par. This slap is for both of us. Par, par, par. These slaps are for the hurt women all over the world. Soon, Guo Haifei was beaten into a pig's head by Xia Ming. At this time, Lin Wanqing finally couldn't bear it anymore. She quickly grabbed Xia Ming and said, "Xia Ming, don't hit him anymore. If you hit him again, you will beat him to death. It's not worth it to get yourself into trouble for such a scum." Par. Xia Ming slapped Guo Haifei hard on the face again and said, my wife is right. It's really not worth it to bury yourself for such a person. Let's let him go today. When Xia Ming said the word wife, Lin Wanqing seemed not to hear it, but Guo Haifei heard it clearly. Xia Ming called her several times and Lin Wanqing did not object, which made Guo Haifei furious. No matter what, he is the president of the Northern Group. Not only was he beaten here, but even Lin Wanqing, one of the 3 most beautiful women in Jiangsu City, actually had a strange man. How could he not be angry? You guys just wait for me. Guo Haifei was furious and wanted to say something harsh, but Xia Ming's slaps turned him into a pig's head, making it difficult for him to speak clearly. What? You dare to keep me waiting? I'll beat you to death. Xia Ming kicked Guo Haifei directly, and this kick kicked Guo Haifei out of the office. At this time, 2 people suddenly rushed out of the office. After seeing their boss being beaten into a pig's head, they were immediately shocked. Mr. Guo, what's wrong with you? Let's go to the hospital. Guo Haifei is really scared now. Xia Ming is too violent. He is afraid that his life will be in danger if he continues to stay here. The 2 men hurriedly took Guo Haifei away because Lin Wanqing's office was inside and the sound insulation of the house was very good, so no one else could hear what was happening here. After Guo Hai flew away, Xia Ming quickly looked at Lin Wanqing and said, "Wife, how are you? Did the old man do anything to you? Are you injured?" At this time, Xia Ming looked at Lin Wanqing, whose clothes were a little messy, and felt nervous. He didn't know why, but when he saw Lin Wanqing's beautiful face, his heart started beating fast. Yes, he suddenly realized that he was actually in love. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he no longer had this feeling. After many years, he found himself moved again. Moreover, the person who moved him was his leader, his direct superior, Lin Wanqing. Seeing Xia Ming's concern, Lin Wanqing didn't know why, but she felt a little touched in her heart. However, when she heard Xia Ming call her wife, her little face turned red like a ripe persimmon, and her heart was beating fast. Hate it, I'm not your wife, don't yell at me. Lin Wanqing quickly rolled her eyes at Xia Ming, which made Lin Wanqing feel something was wrong. Although Lin Wanqing felt that she gave Xia Ming a cold look, Xia Ming did not think so. Especially the look from Lin Wanqing, which seemed to him like a flirt, almost made his heart melt. At this moment, Xia Ming's gaze towards Lin Wanqing also changed. He knew that from this moment on, he really fell in love with Lin Wanqing. At the beginning of the interview, Xia Ming was a little moved, and today, he really fell in love with Lin Wanqing. Chapter 8, The medical skills begin to show their power. No, how could I become like this? How is the look in my eyes different from those of those sluts? For a moment, even Lin Wanqing was stunned. She used to be very serious. After all, she was President Lin, so she unconsciously carried a sense of majesty. However, she found that when she looked at Xia Ming, there was a sense of seduction in her eyes. Even she herself couldn't figure out what was going on. For a moment, Lin Wanqing felt her little face getting hot, as if she had a fever. Looking at Lin Wanqing's face getting redder, Xia Ming's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Xia Ming did not expect that this shy Lin Wanqing could be so attractive. Lin Wanqing exuded a sense of maturity all over her body. This year, Lin Wanqing and Xia Ming are about the same age, both 24 years old. Lin Wanqing has never known what it feels like to be in love, and the same goes for Xia Ming. Ever since the last incident, he no longer knows what it feels like to be in love. This time, Xia Ming knew that he had a new target. "What's your name?" Xia Ming suddenly asked. Lin Wanqing was puzzled when she saw Xia Ming suddenly become serious. Why did Xia Ming suddenly become so serious? She didn't know why, but when she saw Xia Ming become serious, she suddenly felt a sense of security she had never felt before. Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing said shyly. "I've made the decision, Mr. Lin." Xia Ming said seriously. "What has been decided?" Lin Wanqing asked with some confusion. "I want to be your man and you to be my wife." Xia Ming said domineeringly. "Brush." Lin Wanqing was stunned. She never thought that Xia Ming would confess to her here. For a moment, she felt like a deer was running around in her heart, which made her heart beat fast. Lin Wanqing lowered her head, and she looked like a shy little girl. "HMPH, it's not that easy to be my man." Lin Wanqing blurted out these words for some unknown reason. When these words were spoken, even Lin Wanqing was stunned. How could you do this? When did I become so shameless? I actually said such words to him. This is too embarrassing. Lin Wanqing now wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. She really couldn't figure out why she met Xia Ming. She seemed like a completely different person. She was no longer the feared general manager Lin. Instead, she had the delicate demeanor of a little woman. Har, yeah, I'm going to have a wife from now on. That's great, I haven't been this happy in a long time. Xia Ming was so happy today. To be honest, even he didn't expect that he would fall in love with Lin Wanqing so much after only meeting her twice. He always felt that all this was an unusual arrangement by God. The feeling that had been sealed away for a long time finally came back, which made Xia Ming very happy. Wife, that old guy didn't do anything to you, did he? Do you want me to kill your man? Xia Ming said happily. Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes at Xia Ming and said, we live in a society ruled by law now. If you do this, it's easy for something to go wrong. Don't be impulsive. Well, okay, I'll listen to my wife. Xia Ming said happily. Snort. Lin Wanqing snorted and muttered, I am now. She is not your wife. If you want to pursue me, you must satisfy me. If I am not satisfied, I will kick you out at any time. I can tell you that my standards are very high. Only men with real abilities will be favored by me. I don't know why, but Lin Wanqing was so bold as to even say such words. She is completely different from the previous President Lin. He. When Xia Ming heard this, he laughed. Real ability? What is real ability? He dare not say anything else, but when it comes to ability, he believes that no one in the world can compare to him. Even if some people have real ability, it is only in 1 or 2 fields at most. But who is he? He is Xia Ming. What does he have? He has an almighty system. What does the almighty system do? It creates almighty people. With the almighty system, who dares to say that there are people better than him? Lin Wanqing's words were simply referring to him. Doesn't this prove that I will be her husband in the future? You, what are you laughing at? Lin Wanqing said shyly. Wife, I suddenly discovered a problem. Xia Ming smiled mysteriously. Hearing this, Lin Wanqing suddenly became confused. What's the problem? Is that what you just said? Xia Ming said. What I said? Is there something wrong with what I said? Lin Wanqing asked with some confusion. Xia once said that her ideal man must be a peerless hero, and that one day he would come to marry me on a colorful cloud, Xia Ming explained. What does that have to do with me? Lin Wanqing was becoming more and more confused. Of course it has something to do with you, and it has a lot to do with you. Xia Ming said very proudly, do you know? In my heart, you are Xia, and I am Zhizunbao. Go to hell. When Lin Wanqing heard this, the smart girl immediately understood. It turned out that she had just said that her man must have real ability, and Xia Ming went through so much trouble to say that he was the man with real ability. She didn't know why. If anyone else had joked like that, she would have gone crazy. But when she faced Xia Ming, she didn't know why, but in her heart, she actually felt a little bit of joy and even a little excitement. Even she didn't expect that. Ouch. At this time, Lin Wanqing moved her feet. Suddenly, she staggered with a pain. She screamed and leaned forward. At this time, Lin Wanqing saw the broken glass on the ground. She was immediately terrified and thought, it's over. Am I disfigured like this? What will I do if I am disfigured? For a moment, Lin Wanqing closed her eyes in despair. What would she do if her face was disfigured? He would still. For a moment, countless possibilities flooded her mind. The situation happened so suddenly that even Xia Ming was almost unable to react. He immediately rushed out with a whoosh. Bang! Xia Ming's body fell to the ground, and at this time, something soft fell on him. She happily used him as a cushion. Xia Ming suddenly said, ouch. Lin Wanqing thought he was dead. Just as he closed his eyes and waited for his tragic fate to come, he suddenly found that his lower body was soft. This made Lin Wanqing suddenly think, it's not right. Shouldn't I be disfigured? I should be in pain. It hurts. Why do I suddenly feel so soft? It's like falling into someone's arms. Wife, if you don't get up, your husband, will be crushed to death by you. You little fat pig, you are too fat. A voice sounded from below Lin Wanqing. When Lin Wanqing heard this familiar voice, she immediately opened her eyes. When she saw Xia Ming lying under her, she panicked and asked, Xia Ming, are you okay? Xia Ming looked at Lin Wanqing with a somewhat bitter smile and said, if you don't get up, something will really happen. If nothing had happened, Xia Ming might have really been willing to stay like this, but there were still a lot of glass shards under his back. These glass shards had pierced his back and embedded in his flesh. Now he was in so much pain that he had no time to think so much. Fortunately, his body had been strengthened by the strengthening fluid and was different from that of ordinary people. Although the glass shards had pierced into his back, it did not cause too much damage and only hurt a little. Yes, I'll get up right away. Lin Wanqing also realized that it was inappropriate for her to lie on Xia Ming's body, but when she was about to stand up, her feet hurt, and she immediately lay on Xia Ming's body again. Xia Ming, who was about to get up, took a breath when he was pressed down by Lin Wanqing. Hiss. Xia Ming felt a burning pain on his back, and he took a breath of cold air. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Lin Wanqing was a little panicked for a moment. Xia Ming supported Lin Wanqing and tried to get up first. At this time, there were a lot of glass on his back that pierced into his flesh. Although his body was strengthened a lot by the body strengthening fluid, it could not withstand such destruction. It's okay, don't move. Xia Ming supported Lin Wanqing with his backhand, and then when he looked at Lin Wanqing's ankles, he found that Lin Wanqing's ankles were red and swollen. Xia Ming then picked up Lin Wanqing. During this process, Lin Wanqing exclaimed and was a little at a loss. Don't move. Your ankle is injured. If you move, it will only make the injury worse. Xia Ming's somewhat solemn voice made Lin Wanqing feel relieved. Xia Ming hugged Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing looked at Xia Ming's somewhat solemn eyes. For some reason, she was a little dazed for a moment. Xia Ming put Lin Wanqing on the sofa. He picked up Lin Wanqing's ankle. At this time, Lin Wanqing came back to her senses because of the pain. When she saw Xia Ming holding her delicate little feet, she wanted to pull it back, but before she could do so, Xia Ming's voice came over. Do not move. Hearing Xia Ming's voice, Lin Wanqing suddenly dared not move. Lin Wanqing looked at Xia Ming. At this time, Xia Ming's face looked solemn, which made Lin Wanqing's heart beat faster again. She even forgot the pain in her ankle. After Xia Ming took off Lin Wanqing's small black high heels, her delicate little feet were exposed. Lin Wanqing was not wearing stockings today. Even without stockings, her beautiful legs were many times more beautiful than those wearing stockings. After Xia Ming looked at Lin Wanqing's 5 delicate little feet that looked like chubby dolls, he suddenly felt that Lin Wanqing's feet were so perfect. Seeing Xia Ming staring at her feet like that, Lin Wanqing blushed and lowered her head. I secretly thought, how can this damn guy stare at someone there? Chapter 9 Unlucky Wang Dao. This was the first time that Lin Wanqing had her feet held by a man, and they were watched from such a close distance. Xia Ming also noticed something and coughed to cover up his embarrassment. Xia Ming looked at Lin Wanqing's delicate face and said, I'll give you a massage. It may be a little painful at first, but don't worry, your feet will be fine in a while. Yeah. Lin Wanqing nodded shyly, turned her head away and dared not look at Xia Ming again. When Xia Ming's large palm fell on her ankle, Lin Wanqing's body trembled. Xia Ming seemed to notice Lin Wanqing's trembling body, but at this time he had no idea. His hands began to move on Lin Wanqing's ankles. Hiss. The sudden movement hurt Lin Wanqing so much that she almost cried, but soon she felt that Xia Ming's hands seemed to have magic power. There was a warmth coming from his hands, which made her ankles feel indescribably comfortable. And his nimble fingers would tap her feet from time to time, and every time they tapped, she felt her ankles relax a little, and she even felt that her feet were not so painful anymore. Lin Wanqing looked at Xia Ming, who was concentrating. His little face was white and rosy, and he was indescribably beautiful. Unfortunately, at this time, Xia Ming was concentrating on giving Lin Wanqing a massage and did not notice Lin Wanqing's situation. After massaging for about 10 minutes, Xia Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Lin Wanqing's ankle had also subsided in swelling. Xia Ming said, Okay, don't do strenuous exercise these few days. You'll be fine in a few days. Lin Wanqing looked at her small feet in surprise. She moved them slightly and found that it didn't hurt anymore. This made Lin Wanqing look at Xia Ming with big eyes and said in disbelief, "Xia Ming, did you really heal my feet? Do you know any medical skills? Let me tell you, your husband is omnipotent. Medical skills are no problem for me." Xia Ming was very complacent, as if he really enjoyed being admired by the girl he liked. Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes at Xia Ming and said, "I don't believe it." R. Xia Ming said a little aggrievedly, "Why is the truth so hard to believe?" "Because you are a person who is not easy to be trusted." When she said this, Lin Wanqing's pretty face turned red again. Even she didn't know how many times her face had blushed today. She felt that all the times she had blushed in such a long time might not be as many as today. Have I really fallen in love with him? No way. Even Lin Wanqing was doubting it. When she first saw Xia Ming, she only had a little affection for him, but for some reason, when Xia Ming fell from the sky today, her attitude towards Xia Ming completely changed. She had never experienced love, nor did she know what it was like, so she had an indescribable feeling towards Xia Ming. Otherwise, she would not have agreed to Xia Ming's unreasonable request just now. Sometimes she felt that this feeling of love at first sight only existed in TV dramas, and it was really unbelievable that it appeared in her own life now. "Mr. Lin." At this moment, Wang Dao's voice rang out, and a burst of urgent voices approached quickly. Lin Wanqing quickly became serious. She sat in her seat. Xia Ming also noticed something. He smiled at Lin Wanqing and then sat in a seat next to her. When Wang Dao walked into the office, there was some shock in his eyes. Because he found a big hole on the office door. It was obviously kicked out by someone. Wang Dao became serious for a moment. Could it be a thief? But even if it was a thief, he wouldn't kick the door open, right? What happened? Or did Xia Ming resort to violence? Thinking of this, Wang Dao's face turned cold, but at the same time there was a hint of excitement deep in his eyes. If Xia Ming dared to attack Lin Wanqing, then his chance to make a contribution would come. Thinking of this, Wang Dao ran in, then stood there, opened his arms, made a defensive gesture towards Xia Ming, and shouted, "Bold Xia Ming," in broad daylight. But before Wang Dao finished speaking, his voice suddenly stopped, while Xia Ming and Lin Wanqing looked at him in shock. Is this a TV show? Even Xia Ming was dumbfounded. Wang Dao's current look really looked a bit like the defense that two people make during a battle in a TV drama. However, Wang Dao looked a little funny when he did it. "Wang Dao, what are you doing?" Seeing Wang Dao's sudden look, Lin Wanqing's pretty face turned cold and she couldn't help but scold him. Mr. Lin, are you okay?" When Lin Wanqing heard this, her pretty face turned cold as frost, and her sharp eyes suddenly shot towards Wang Dao, which made Wang Dao shiver uncontrollably. "Something's up? Do you think I look like someone with something up? Also, didn't you know to knock on the door before entering? Look, you don't look like an employee at all. Don't you even have this little bit of etiquette?" Lin Wanqing said angrily. "Are this? Wang Dao was a little at a loss for a moment. Facing Lin Wanqing's scolding, Wang Dao was also a little scared. After all, Lin Wanqing had been the boss of this big company for several years. The oppressive aura of that person could not be pretended, but was real. Wang Dao said timidly, "Just now I saw Mr. Guo leave in anger, and I thought something happened to you. By the way, Mr. Lin." At this point, Wang Dao said loudly, "Our company officially starts work at 8 o'clock, but Xia Ming arrived at the company at almost 10 o'clock. This is completely against the company's regulations. For people like this who don't abide by the company's regulations, I feel that we should immediately remove such scum." As Wang Dao criticized Xia Ming, Lin Wanqing's delicate little face became more and more gloomy. If Xia Ming was late, she would have hoped that Xia Ming would be late. Otherwise, she didn't know how she would be bullied by that old bastard Guo Haifei. And he still has some good feelings towards Xia Ming. Wang Dao is obviously walking into trouble. As expected, before Wang Dao finished speaking, Lin Wanqing suddenly said calmly, "Are you done?" This sentence interrupted Wang Dao's next words. Wang Dao saw that Lin Wanqing had suddenly calmed down. He couldn't help but feel a little scared. He stuttered and said, "I'm done. I'm done. After that, get out right away and write another review. Submit it to me this afternoon." Suddenly Lin Wanqing got mad. Even Xia Ming was a little surprised by her soaring look. Just now Lin Wanqing acted like a little girl, but now she turned into a noble and imposing President Lin. This made Xia Ming a little confused. Are girls all fickle creatures? Isn't he this personality change too fast? For a moment, Xia Ming was dumbfounded. Wang Dao lowered his head after being scolded, not daring to say anything. When Lin Wanqing asked him to leave the office, Wang Dao left awkwardly, muttering, "How could this happen? How could this happen? Why is President Lin so angry with me? It's obviously Xia Ming who was late for nearly 2 hours. Doesn't President Lin hate others being late the most on weekdays?" For a moment, Wang Dao really couldn't figure out the reason. On weekdays, Lin Wanqing hated being late, and the whole company knew it. Today, he wanted to say something bad about Xia Ming in front of Lin Wanqing so that Lin Wanqing would fire Xia Ming. Who knew that he made a small report but got into trouble and was scolded by the boss? Not only was he scolded, but he even had to write a self-criticism. What the hell, the script was not written like this at all. But how would Wang Dao know what happened today, otherwise he would never do that. After Wang Dao left the office, Lin Wanqing's expression finally eased a lot. Xia Ming acted scared and said, "Wife, you are so scary when you are angry. HMPH, if you don't listen to me in the future, I will treat you the same way." Lin Wanqing gave Xia Ming a reproachful look and pouted her little mouth. She looked very cute, a typical little girl's attitude. "Yes, sir. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to go west, I will never go east." Xia Ming quickly expressed his sincerity. Seeing Xia Ming's funny look, Lin Wanqing burst into laughter. Lin Wanqing's smile was like a blooming lily, very bright and beautiful. Xia Ming was stunned and said, "Wife, sometimes you really should smile more. You are so beautiful when you smile. Don't even think about it." Lin Wanqing curled her lips. "Oh, right." Lin Wanqing suddenly thought of something and said, "I heard that you didn't come to the company until 9:30 today, right?" Suddenly, Lin Wanqing's big eyes looked straight at Xia Ming. After seeing Lin Wanqing's big eyes, Xia Ming couldn't help but dodge. Xia Ming thought a little aggrievedly, "It's all my fault. I slept until 8 o'clock, and then there was a traffic jam on the road. In the end, I was late." "Oh. Yes, probably, right," Xia Ming said with evasive eyes. "Very good." Lin Wanqing's demeanor suddenly changed, and with a hint of mischief in her beautiful big eyes, she said, "Write me a self-review today. It must be no less than 10,000 words. If it's less than 10,000 words, I'll punish you. Also, because you were 2 hours late, according to the company's policy, you will be deducted 500 yuan from your salary for every hour you're late. Since you've sincerely admitted your mistake, I'll deduct 1,000 yuan from your salary today." Wife, please don't. It's okay for you to ask me to write a self-criticism or something, but please don't deduct my salary. When Xia Ming heard that Lin Wanqing was going to deduct his salary, he couldn't help it. He is penniless now and is about to become a pauper. He can't even afford to eat. If his salary is deducted again, how will he survive in the future? Chapter 10, Company Trouble. You earn 10,000 yuan a month. What's wrong with deducting 1,000 yuan from your salary? Tell me, what do you want to do with so much money? Lin Wanqing suddenly asked. Xia Ming was anxious when he heard this. "Of course it's for eating. I've been eating a lot lately and I can't get full at all. You know I just graduated and have been looking for a job for 2 months. I don't have a penny now. Wife, if you don't pay me, you will never see your husband again." Xia Ming described himself as being extremely miserable, and as expected, Lin Wanqing still felt somewhat sorry for him. Lin Wanqing also knew that when she graduated, she did not have a penny and had to rely on herself for everything. During this period, she suffered injustices but had to endure them all by herself, without even a place to confide in. So, for a moment, Lin Wanqing was overwhelmed with love. "How about not deducting your salary?" Lin Wanqing asked suspiciously. "Wife, you still care about your husband?" Xia Ming said very happily. Seeing Xia Ming so happy, Lin Wanqing suddenly frowned and said, "It must be deducted, and it has to be 2,000. Why? Xia Ming was stunned for a moment. Just now they deducted 1,000 yuan, how come in the blink of an eye they deducted 2,000 yuan? 2,000 yuan, that's not just 2 yuan, it's 1/5 of his salary. As for Lin Wanqing, she secretly thought, it is said that you men will become bad when you have money and like to go to KTV and other messy places. Humph, I will not let you have your way. What's more, do you think I am a fool? You can spend 10,000 yuan on food in a month. You are the reincarnation of Zhu Wuning. Seeing Xia Ming's miserable expression, Lin Wanqing didn't know why, but a sense of joy suddenly surged in her heart, as if she was very happy to play a prank on Xia Ming. Okay, you can go out now. Xia Ming left the office with a depressed look. After Xia Ming left, Lin Wanqing couldn't hold back her laughter any longer, but her mutton-fat face turned red like a burning cloud. She said, "When did I become like this? I'm President Lin, right?" Thinking of this, Lin Wanqing felt more and more embarrassed. Of course, Xia Ming didn't see all this. Xia Ming left Lin Wanqing's office in a depressed mood. He didn't expect that 2,000 yuan would be deducted from him. 2,000 yuan, he didn't even have 2,000 yuan on him. Xia Ming came to the workplace feeling a little depressed. At this time, Wang Dao was staring at him with an unfriendly look. Xia Ming simply ignored Wang Dao's look. At this time, a supervisor named Chen Shui came over and said, "You are Xia Ming, who was recruited by General Manager Lin, right?" "Yes, who are you?" Xia Ming looked at the woman in front of him. The woman was plump, with a very attractive figure and very beautiful, especially the casual clothes she wore today, a black skirt covering her snow-white thighs, and a white shirt on her upper body. Moreover, this woman had a mature charm that fascinated Xia Ming. However, Xia Ming did not feel anything strange. Instead, he behaved unusually calmly. It's not that he is a eunuch, otherwise he wouldn't like Lin Wanqing, but for the sake of his beautiful wife he just met, he is unwilling to cheat on her. It is said that the end of cheating is. It was very miserable. He didn't want to be arrested and taken to the police station like in TV dramas. "I'm Chen Shui, the head of the sales department. I'm here to tell you that your office will be over there from now on." Then Chen Shui pointed to a table next to her. The table was not very big. There was a computer and some other files on it. Of course, there was no one here, so Xia Ming would also work here next. "Thank you." Xia Ming nodded and said happily, "If you have any difficulties, you can come to me. If you don't want to come to me, you can ask someone else to solve it." Chen Shui said. "Yeah." Xia Ming nodded. What difficulties could he have? Apart from financial difficulties, he really didn't know what other difficulties he would have. After Chen Shui left, Xia Ming found his seat. He suddenly felt that he could also sit in an office. This feeling was really great. Xia Ming was very happy. He thought that after graduating from university, he might have to live with his parents and work hard in the countryside for the rest of his life. He never thought that one day he would work in an office. If his parents knew about this, they would definitely be very happy. Xia Ming then looked around. Many people were busy at this moment, probably for the High Commission. However, next to him was a table covered with cartoon characters. Although there was a partition, it could not block Xia Ming's sight. However, Xia Ming thought that this should be a girl's office, but it seemed that the girl was not there, or she had asked for leave. Xia Ming shook his head. When he looked around, he suddenly felt a little bored. He had been here for half a day and there was nothing for him to do. Xia Ming turned on the computer helplessly. Seeing the picture on the computer, Xia Ming was very happy. It's not that he has never played with a computer. He also took computer classes in school, so he had played with it. But at that time, their computers didn't have internet cables, so it was not fun to play with them. In addition, Xia Ming didn't have much interest in computers, so he didn't play with them many times. The computer in front of you now is the one you use for work, which means that you own the computer. So, can't you do whatever you want? Xia Ming turned on the computer. Although he didn't use the computer much, he still knew how to turn it on. After turning on the computer, he found that the desktop was full of frequently used office software. Xia Ming suddenly felt a little bored, but fortunately he also had a QQ login software and a QQ game software. Xia Ming opened the QQ software with some excitement, and then logged into his QQ. He didn't know how many years he had used this QQ, but he just didn't log into it often. When Xia Ming logged into QQ, he saw his QQ avatar flashing non-stop. Xia Ming opened the avatar in confusion. When he saw that it said, "Friend request," on it, Xia Ming was immediately confused. Who is this? Then Xia Ming saw this person's online name, "I am really a big star." Xia Ming said angrily, "Am I really a big star? I am really a rich man. Unfortunately, Xia Ming's online name is really I am really a rich man. But the character's portrait is black, so I guess that person is not here. Thinking of this, Xia Ming shook his head and opened QQ Games and found a game called The Game of Le Dos de Jeu began to be played. He played for the whole morning, and his happy beans remained at around 2000, neither rising nor falling. He really enjoyed himself. Ding ding, system task, help Lin Wanqing resolve the company's crisis, and reward the host with 100 honor points. R. Xia Ming cried out in surprise. Fortunately, he was off work at this time, otherwise others would think he was crazy. But Xia Ming was confused. It seems that there is a crisis in his wife's company. But what kind of crisis is there in his wife's company? Why doesn't he know about it? Xia Ming was a little confused, but since it was a task issued by the system, he thought his wife must be in trouble. Lin Wanqing was his wife. Although he also liked other girls, he had no choice but to be loyal to his wife. Now someone dared to bully his wife, which was simply not taking him seriously. Others can bully him, but they cannot bully his wife. Perhaps this is why Xia Ming is so stubborn. In his eyes, a wife is meant to be loved, and she is such a beautiful one. If he doesn't love her, he deserves to be struck by lightning. It was noon now, and his wife must have dinner. Thinking of this, Xia Ming walked towards Lin Wanqing's office. At this time, Lin Wanqing was still looking at documents with her head down and frowning, and did not notice Xia Ming's arrival at all. At this time, Xia Ming suddenly said, "Wife, let's go downstairs to eat." R. Lin Wanqing was startled by the sudden voice. When she saw that it was Xia Ming, she said, "You go eat first. I still have work to do." Xia Ming didn't care whether Lin Wanqing had finished her work or not. Instead, he grabbed Lin Wanqing and dragged her out, saying, "Wife, people are made of iron and steel. If you don't eat, you will be hungry. Even if you have a lot of work, you must combine work and rest. Look at you. You have lost weight in a while. I feel so sad when I see you." Xia Ming's words made Lin Wanqing feel warm inside. She really enjoyed the feeling of being cared for. At the same time, some of the gloom from today also disappeared without a trace. Lin Wanqing smiled sweetly and said, "You're right. We have to eat anyway. Wife, you have to be careful. You must have been staying up late all these years, right? Let me tell you, staying up late will accelerate a girl's aging and make her uglier." Xia Ming said thoughtfully. How do you know I stay up late all night?" Lin Wanqing asked in surprise. He had been worrying about the company's affairs during this period, so she tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep at night. "How could this possibly stump your husband?" "I'm a miracle doctor," Xia Ming said proudly. Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes at Xia Ming and snorted, "If you are a miracle doctor, I am still the reincarnation of Huor Tuor. I really am a miracle doctor," Xia Ming said depressedly. Okay, I believe it," Lin Wanqing said. Seeing Lin Wanqing's expression, Xia Ming knew that Lin Wanqing didn't believe him at all. However, according to Lin Wanqing's idea, if you were a miracle doctor, would you have fallen to this point? If you were a miracle doctor, you would be sought after by all major hospitals. So Lin Wanqing only thought that Xia Ming knew a little bit of massage. She didn't believe that Xia Ming had any medical skills at all. Oh. Xia Ming sighed, and then the two of them left the office. Chapter 11. You are sick. As for when Xia Ming left with Lin Wanqing, the people in the company didn't say anything. After all, Xia Ming was the English translator hired by Lin Wanqing, and this English translator was on standby at all times. As long as Lin Wanqing needed this English translator for anything, he had to come over. In their opinion, General Lin must have something going on, which is why he brought Xia Ming along. I'm afraid they would never have imagined in their dreams that Lin Wanqing would actually go to dinner with a man. Lin Wanqing is one of the 3 beauties in Jiangsu City. Many people have invited Lin Wanqing to dinner, but Lin Wanqing has never been. After Xia Ming and Lin Wanqing came downstairs, Xia Ming asked, "Wife, what do you want to eat?" "I don't know what to eat." Lin Wanqing was a little worried. She didn't eat much delicious food on weekdays, so she was a little worried when it came to eating and didn't know what to eat. "Is that so?" Xia Ming fell silent, thought for a moment and said, "How about, honey, I take you to eat something delicious? Do you know where I can find some delicious food?" Lin Wanqing asked, her eyes lighting up. "I know. I'll tell your wife." I know a place. I used to go there often to eat. How about I take you there to eat? Xia Ming couldn't help but get excited. He hadn't been to that place to eat for a long time. Thinking of going to that place to eat with his wife, Xia Ming couldn't help but get excited. Okay, then you lead the way. Lin Wanqing said. Okay, let's go. As he spoke, Xia Ming hailed a taxi along the way. When hailing the taxi, Xia Ming was a little hesitant, but when he thought about the fact that this place was 2 kilometers away from where he wanted to go, and the weather was so hot, he naturally didn't want to let his wife squeeze on the bus. If she walked, his wife would probably be exhausted to death, and he would be heartbroken. So after thinking about it, Xia Ming decided to take a taxi. When taking the taxi, Xia Ming felt very sad. He only had 2,000 yuan, and this taxi would cost 7 yuan. Although it was the starting price, it was not worth it. But for the sake of his wife, he endured it. At this time, he thought of his wife deducting 2,000 yuan from his salary, which made Xia Ming depressed. 15 minutes later, they arrived at their destination, which was across street, about 100 kilometers from Jiangsu University. It was very close, which surprised Lin Wanqing. She asked, "Why did you bring me to Jiangsu University? Could it be that the food you mentioned is near Jiangsu University?" "Of course." Xia Ming nodded, then stopped and said, "Wife, we are here, let's go in." Lin Wanqing stopped, she looked at the store in front of her, then looked at Xia Ming, and then walked in with Xia Ming reluctantly. The first time he invited his girlfriend to dinner, he turned out to eat noodles. I guess only a weirdo like Xia Ming could make that. Xia Ming took Lin Wanqing into the store, which was a store specializing in beef noodles. After Xia Ming and Lin Wanqing walked in, Xia Ming happily found an empty space and said loudly, "Boss, add more beef to the 2 bowls of beef noodles." "Okay." After hearing this, the boss hurriedly said. Xia Ming quickly pulled out the stool and said, "Wife, sit down quickly." Lin Wanqing sat down on the chair, and Xia Ming also sat opposite Lin Wanqing. Because Lin Wanqing was so beautiful, she attracted countless people's attention from the moment they came into the moment they sat down. Seeing these people's eyes, Xia Ming felt a little angry. This was his wife, so he thought that he could only look at his wife himself. Seeing the looks of these people, Xia Ming felt a little dissatisfied. But he also knew that his wife was very beautiful, and it was normal for her to be looked at by these people. Soon 2 bowls of hot beef noodles were served. The delicious smell made Xia Ming's appetite grow. Xia Ming quickly said, "Wife, eat quickly." At this point, Xia Ming couldn't wait to pick up a pair of chopsticks and started eating. While eating, Xia Ming praised, "Wife, let me tell you, when I was in college, I really liked to come here to eat beef noodles. Not only is it cheap, but the boss here is very nice, and each bowl is very filling." When Lin Wanqing smelled the aroma, her appetite was aroused. She had never eaten such delicious beef noodles before. She often ate near Jiangsu University before, but had never seen this beef noodle restaurant. This surprised Lin Wanqing. Could it be that this place had just been opened not long ago? Lin Wanqing looked much more elegant when she was eating. Xia Ming said, "How about it, honey? I told you it's delicious here." "It's pretty good," Wanqing said happily. While eating a bowl of beef noodles, Xia Ming suddenly felt a little urgent. He said, "Wife, I'm going to go to the bathroom. You eat first, I'll be back soon." "Okay." Lin Wanqing nodded. Xia Ming couldn't wait to walk towards the bathroom. He looked around and saw the icon of the men's bathroom. Then he walked into the bathroom with confidence. The bathroom was not very big, but it could accommodate several people at a time. At the same time, there was a man in a suit with Xia Ming. The man looked to be about 40 years old and was dressed like a successful man. At this time, the man was washing his hands, but as soon as Xia Ming entered the bathroom, he focused his attention on the middle-aged man. "Huh." Xia Ming looked at the man in surprise, and gradually his expression became solemn. He thought about it and felt that he should tell this person, but he was a little hesitant because what he said could easily cause other people's disgust, so he hesitated whether to say it. But he thought about it and felt that he still had to say it. If he didn't say it, he would not be able to live with himself. Moreover, this matter concerned the life and property of this person. If he didn't say it, what would happen if someone died? Should I save him? For a moment, Xia Ming began to feel conflicted. After several inner struggles, Xia Ming decided to tell the man. As for whether the man believed him or not, that was not something he could control. If he believed him, perhaps he could get away with it. If he didn't, it was fate. Xia Ming comes from the countryside, so he believes in fate. Xia Ming walked forward, patted the middle-aged man on the shoulder and said, "Hello, bro." Feeling someone patting him, the middle-aged man turned around. When he saw Xia Ming, he looked at the strange Xia Ming in confusion, and then said in confusion, "Hello. Man, there's something I don't know whether I should say or not." "What do you want to say?" the middle-aged man asked warily. He felt that Xia Ming was very strange. Could it be that he had any thoughts about him? Xia Ming hesitated for a moment, struggling in his heart, and after thinking for a while, he said, "Brother, you are sick." Chapter 12. My wife is bullied. Brush. The middle-aged man's face changed immediately. He looked at Xia Ming with a sullen expression and said angrily, "You are the one who is sick. Your whole family is sick." The middle-aged man was very unhappy. He came here happily to eat beef noodles, but he didn't expect that the boy in front of him would say that he was sick. If it were anyone else, he would not be happy if a stranger suddenly told him that he was sick. Xia Ming said depressedly, "What I said is true, you are really sick. I suggest you go to the hospital for a checkup immediately. If you go tomorrow, it may be too late, and a minor illness may turn into a major one. I'm telling you, young man. I have a good temper. If it was anyone else here today, you would have been beaten up. You're already so old, why do you have to learn to cheat? Young man, you better take care of yourself." The middle-aged man said this casually, and then left in a hurry. Seeing this middle-aged man leaving in a hurry, Xia Ming murmured a little depressed, "Why do some people always not believe the truth? I wish you good luck." This incident did not affect Xia Ming's mood. After he relaxed, he walked out of the bathroom. Suddenly, he heard a commotion outside, which made Xia Ming a little confused. Why does it sound so lively? When Xia Ming walked in and took a look, he immediately felt a surge of anger rushing to his head, and his eyes seemed to be spewing fire. "What are you going to do?" Lin Wanqing looked at these gangsters angrily. These hooligans looked at Lin Wanqing with lewd expressions, and said in a very dirty way, "Little beauty, you are eating beef noodles alone. What's so good about this broken beef noodles? Do you want to go with me? I will take you to the Golden Lion Hotel to eat." Golden Lion Hotel is also a famous hotel in Jiangsu City. Those who can afford to eat there are either rich or noble, so countless people want to eat at Golden Lion and want to squeeze into that circle. However, Lin Wanqing is the president of Jiangsu City Qingyar Group. Naturally, he has been to restaurants like the Golden Lion before, and he goes there frequently. "I don't want to go." When Lin Wanqing saw these well-dressed people, she knew that they were not good people. But she was a girl after all, and she was still a little afraid of these gangsters psychologically. She couldn't help but feel anxious. Why hasn't Xia Ming come back yet? Thinking of Xia Ming, Lin Wanqing couldn't help but think of what happened in the morning. She suddenly felt that she felt a kind of past in Xia Ming. Unprecedented sense of security. "My little beauty, you must be so bored alone, do you want us to accompany you?" As he said that, the yellow-haired guy in the lead, with an obscene smile on his face, touched Lin Wanqing's chin. This frightened Lin Wanqing so much that he retreated backwards in panic, but there was a chair behind him and there was no way for him to avoid the touch of the yellow-haired guy. Even the little yellow-haired boy did not expect that he would meet such a beautiful woman just because he wanted to eat something. His eyes immediately lit up, so the following scene happened. Just when she was in despair, suddenly a big hand grabbed the little yellow-haired boy's paw, which made the little yellow-haired boy very angry. He was about to curse, but before he could do so, he saw a palm slapping him hard on the face. Par. A crisp sound was heard by many people. The sudden situation made the little yellow-haired boy forget the pain for a moment and stared at Xia Ming in front of him in shock. When Lin Wanqing saw Xia Ming, her face was overjoyed and she quickly took 2 steps back and came behind Xia Ming. "Wife, stay behind me first, and I'll vent your anger for you." At this time, Xia Ming looked at the little yellow-haired boy with an angry face. The anger in his eyes seemed to be about to burst out. He wanted to teach the little yellow-haired boy a lesson. He was very angry. These guys dared to attack his wife while he was away. It was simply unforgivable. "Damn it, you dare to hit me, brothers, teach this kid a lesson." The little yellow-haired boy got angry immediately. He was also the leader of this area and a guy who would fight to the death. Today he was beaten in his own territory, which made him extremely angry. He immediately pointed at Xia Ming and shouted. Seeing the yellow-haired boy like this, Xia Ming became even angrier. You dare to bully my wife? I will beat the shit out of you today. Because of the body-strengthening liquid, Xia Ming's body has been greatly improved. Ordinary people are really no match for Xia Ming. Xia Ming immediately slapped the little yellow-haired guy again. Xia Ming is also a veteran and has extremely rich combat experience. This is also related to his previous fights. He also knows that these gangsters are so ruthless when they attack, so he is unambiguous when he attacks. Par. Xia Ming slapped the little yellow-haired boy hard on the face again, which made him feel dizzy. Then the little yellow-haired boy kicked Xia Ming from behind. Xia Ming seemed to have been as if on guard. Xia Ming dodged when the young man kicked him, causing the kick to miss. Due to inertia, the young man's body leaned forward, and Xia Ming kicked him hard again. Ouch. The younger brother's body hit the table in front of him hard, and all the beef noodles on the table spilled on his body. The younger brother wailed in pain. At this time, another younger brother saw that he was being beaten, and immediately swung his fist at Xia Ming. Xia Ming grabbed the man's fist and kicked him in the stomach, and another pig-killing-like scream was heard. With just a few hits, he knocked these guys to the ground. Xia Ming walked towards the yellow-haired guy step by step. The yellow-haired guy said in a panic, what are you going to do? I tell you, I have Brother Dao protecting me. If you dare to touch me, Brother Dao will definitely not let you go. When Xia Ming heard this, he became even more angry. Although he had fought before, he never bullied the weak and never did anything illegal. But these little thugs dared to tease his wife in broad daylight. This was really intolerable. Xia Ming cherishes his beautiful wife very much. She is rich and beautiful. He was born in the countryside and has never seen such a beautiful girl. Even after he goes to Jiangsu to attend university, it will be a very face-saving thing if he can marry such a beautiful wife home. I'll let you flirt with a decent girl in broad daylight. Par. Xia Ming slapped the little yellow-haired boy twice in the face, and then said, Look at you, you are not old enough, why do you have to learn about gangs? Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Par. Brother, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Brother, please let me go. I swear, I won't dare to do it again. Soon the little yellow-haired boy was beaten into a pig's head. The little yellow-haired boy knew that he had met a tough guy today, so he kept begging for mercy. However, because his face was swollen, the little yellow-haired boy spoke vaguely and it was a little unclear. As for Lin Wanqing, she has been in shock since Xia Ming's attack. She did not expect that Xia Ming was such a good fighter. For a moment, she became even more fascinated by Xia Ming. Not only is he good at medicine, but he is also very good at fighting. She began to become curious about Xia Ming. Chapter 13, Accompanying my wife to discuss business. After beating him for a while, Xia Ming got tired and said angrily, Get out of here now. Yes, I'll leave right now. I'll leave right now. The little yellow-haired boy was panicked and fled away. Xia Ming saw that he had beaten these hooligans away, so he came to Lin Wanqing and asked gently, Wife, are you okay? There was deep remorse and love in his words. She could see that Xia Ming's remorse came from her heart. For a moment, this made Lin Wanqing feel warm in her heart. Over the years, she has been experiencing intrigues and deceptions. The business world is like a battlefield, so she dared not relax for a moment. However, for some reason, after meeting Xia Ming, she suddenly felt indescribably relaxed. As long as she was with Xia Ming, she felt very relaxed. This feeling of relaxation made her very fascinated, and the feeling of being cared for also made her very enjoyable. Are you okay? Lin Wanqing nervously stretched out her white and soft little hand, and began to touch Xia Ming's body, asking worriedly. It's all right. It's all right. Being concerned about Lin Wanqing, Xia Ming was also a little nervous, and hurriedly said, Wife, don't worry, I'm here, these guys won't be able to hurt you, I will be your flower protector from now on. Xia Ming, why are you so awesome? Lin Wanqing saw Xia Ming's nervous look and immediately burst into laughter, which made Xia Ming stunned for a moment. Lin Wanqing looked at Xia Ming with a reproachful look and then couldn't help asking. When she met those three gangsters just now, Lin Wanqing was extremely nervous. She couldn't help but think of Xia Ming. It was also thanks to Xia Ming's appearance at the critical moment, otherwise, she would probably have been teased by those gangsters. Of course. Your husband is a good fighter, Xia Ming said with some pride. Seeing Xia Ming's smug look, Lin Wanqing smiled again, which made Xia Ming stunned. However, seeing Xia Ming's stupid look, Lin Wanqing was also very satisfied with the damage she had caused. I've decided. I'm going to take you with me when we discuss business tomorrow. Xia Ming's mind was still confused, so he asked quickly, Wife, what business are you talking about? You beat Guo Haifei today. Right now, our sales channels have run into big problems. Naturally, we have to find new sales channels. Lin Wanqing said. I'm sorry. Xia Ming said suddenly. What are you sorry for? Lin Wanqing was a little confused by Xia Ming's sudden apology and couldn't help asking. If it weren't for me, perhaps our company wouldn't be facing such a big problem. Xia Ming felt very guilty. If only he hadn't been so impulsive at that time, he wouldn't have brought so much trouble to his wife's company. This made Xia Ming very unhappy. Speaking of which, I should thank you. Before you came, that guy touched me. You don't have to blame yourself for anything. Seeing Xia Ming's self-blaming look, Lin Wanqing couldn't help but feel distressed and comforted him. You should have taught him a lesson at that time. When Xia Ming heard this, he immediately felt much better. After all, he was helping Lin Wanqing, otherwise he would not have gotten such a beautiful wife out of thin air. Oh, my noodle shop. Not long after Xia Ming had beaten the thugs away, the owner of this store came out. After seeing the condition of his store, he felt distressed. This was all his hard work, and now it was smashed to pieces. This made the owner very unhappy. Did you run my store? At this time, everyone in the store had left, leaving only Xia Ming and Lin Wanqing. Naturally, the boss set his sights on these two people. Xia Ming saw the boss's angry look, and he knew that it was all his fault. He apologized, Boss, I'm really sorry. Just now a little yellow-haired kid came here to make trouble, so it became like this. Boss, can you calculate how much money it is? I'll compensate you. Is that okay? Regarding this matter, Xia Ming also knew that the other party was right. Since he had broken someone else's things, he naturally had to compensate. Okay, I'll calculate it for you. The boss began to calculate angrily. You broke my table and chairs, plus the things my customers ordered here, the total is more than 1,000. I don't care how much you want, just give me 1,000 and let this matter go, otherwise we will call the police to solve it. So expensive? Xia Ming said in surprise. Seeing Xia Ming also being humiliated, Lin Wanqing couldn't help but sneer. At this time, Xia Ming's face looked very bad. He only had 2,000 yuan left on him. If he spent it, he would be penniless. He didn't know why, but after taking the body-strengthening liquid, his appetite has increased a lot, and this 1,000 yuan may not be enough for his food for a month. Expensive? Let me tell you, you broke these things, it's not just a matter of 1,000 yuan. I'm asking you for 1,000 yuan, which is already a bargain. The boss jumped out and shouted, if you don't pay, we'll call the police. When Xia Ming heard that he had to call the police, he immediately lost heart. For rural people, going to the police station is no joke. First of all, in the eyes of many people, going to the police station means that you have committed a crime. If you go to jail, you may not even be able to get a wife. I'll give it to you, but boss, the tables here are all old, and each one can't sell for more than a few dozen yuan. I only broke 2 or 3 of them. Your beef noodles are 6 yuan a bowl, and there are only about 20 bowls here in total, so I can only give you 300 yuan at most. $300. Do you think I'm easy to fool? No, you have to give at least 800. 800 is too expensive, why don't you call the police? Xia Ming said harshly. 500, no less. The boss knew he had said too much, so he said immediately. 400. If you want it, take it. If you don't want it, forget it. Xia Ming said with an indifferent look. No. The boss was reluctant. If he was given 400, he wouldn't make a penny. Of course he was not happy. If it doesn't work, then call the police. The most the police can ask you to compensate for these things, but these things are old and not worth much money. Then maybe I won't have to give you 400. Xia Ming said with a look of frustration. Okay, you win. 400 is 400. The boss gritted his teeth and finally decided on 400 yuan, while Lin Wanqing on the side was watching with great interest. She had not expected that Xia Ming was actually such a bargaining expert. He managed to bargain down 1000 yuan to 400 yuan. The most amazing thing was that this was the kind of bargaining he used. If it were her, she would have accepted being ripped off after breaking someone else's things, but Xia Ming actually bargained down the price to 600 yuan. This made Lin Wanqing suddenly feel that Xia Ming was a very good person. If you can marry such a person, it might be a good choice. Thinking of this, Lin Wanqing's pretty face suddenly turned red like an apple. How could this happen? Why would I have such an idea? I have only known this guy for a few days, it's so embarrassing. Chapter 14 Talking about Business. One afternoon, Xia Ming was very bored and played Landlord online. The afternoon was quite boring. As for Wang Dao, it seemed that he had a mission, so he did not bother him. So he played Landlord for the whole afternoon. The magical thing was that his happy beans remained around 2000, neither losing nor winning. But because it was his first time playing on the computer, Xia Ming had a lot of fun playing it. The next morning, Xia Ming arrived at Xingye Group early. Xingye Group starts work at 8 o'clock every day, but the strange thing about Xia Ming was that he didn't arrive until 9 o'clock. Unfortunately, he was seen by Wang Dao again. Xia Ming, what's wrong with you? Last time you arrived at the company at 9 o'clock, and President Lin said it was your first day at work, so that was excusable. But what does it mean that you are late again this time? What do you think of the company? Do you think of it as your own backyard? You can come and go as you please. Wang Dao pointed at Xia Ming and started to curse him. He looked down on Xia Ming more and more. He didn't know what ability Xia Ming had to deserve to work in Xingye Group. The most infuriating thing was that he was severely reprimanded by the boss yesterday because of Lin Wanqing. I don't know either. I was late because I was sleeping. Xia Ming said helplessly. He also knew that he was in the wrong, so he didn't say anything to refute. You're late because you fell asleep. How come you can't forget about dinner? This time I will definitely expose you in front of CEO Lin and make you get out of the company. The company will never allow a rat like you to exist. After saying that, Wang Dao pulled Xia Ming towards Lin Wanqing's office. At this time, Lin Wanqing was already sitting in the office chair, wearing a pair of black anti-myopia glasses and reading documents. But her eyes were a little dark at this time, obviously because she had not slept all night. To be honest, it was also because of what happened yesterday. She became more and more curious about Xia Ming, so much so that when she went to bed yesterday, her mind was full of Xia Ming's figure. She was also a smart person. She knew that she, who had always been indifferent to any man, had actually started to fall in love. The most amazing thing is that it was love at first sight. This kind of thing only happens in TV dramas, but it happened to her. However, she really enjoyed the feeling of being cared for, which is why she decided to call Xia Ming's reason. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door, pulling Lin Wanqing back from her thoughts. Lin Wanqing said softly, "Come in." Click. The door was opened, and Wang Dao walked into the office angrily, and then pulled Xia Ming in. At this time, Wang Dao said, "Boss Lin, Xia Ming is late again today. He just arrived at the company. Do you think you should punish him? I think a black sheep like this should be removed from the company." Lin Wanqing raised her head slightly and looked at Xia Ming. Xia Ming showed a helpless expression and spread his hands, indicating his helplessness. Lin Wanqing laughed in her heart. She didn't expect this guy to have such a lazy side. Of course, as the CEO, she would not show it. Instead, she said in a serious manner, "I understand. As long as he doesn't do it again, that's fine. Okay, I'll remove him from the company right away." Wang Dao had already prepared his words. As long as Lin Wanqing agreed, he would immediately fire Xia Ming. But after he opened his mouth, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. After hearing what Lin Wanqing said, he almost fainted. "Mr. Lin, shouldn't he be fired? Why did you change it to education? Mr. Lin, this is not in line with our company's regulations," Wang Dao said angrily. "I'm Mr. Lin, the president of this company. I have the final say. I know about this matter. You can go out first," Lin Wanqing said impatiently. Wang Dao's father is a senior executive of Xingye Group, and he knows that Wang Dao has feelings for her. However, today he actually wants to fire Xia Ming, which makes Lin Wanqing unbearable, and her face immediately turns dark. Mr. Lin. Wang Dao said hurriedly. Get out. Lin Wanqing shouted. Yes, yes, yes. Seeing Lin Wanqing angry, Wang Dao also instantly became depressed. He waved his hand and left. At this time, only Lin Wanqing and Xia Ming were left in the office. Lin Wanqing glanced at Xia Ming with a reproachful look, and then said, couldn't you come a little earlier? When Xia Ming heard this, he hurriedly said, Wife, I also want to come earlier, but I don't know what's going on. I sleep until 9 o'clock every day and can't wake up before 9 o'clock. It's not that Xia Ming doesn't want to get up, but he is too careless. He always sleeps until he wakes up naturally. If it weren't for work, he would probably. I can sleep until 12 noon. Okay, from now on you can sleep as late as you like, as long as you come to the company every day. Lin Wanqing said inexplicably. Brush. When Lin Wanqing finished speaking, she regretted it immediately. How could this happen? Why did I suddenly feel sorry for this guy? I usually hate it when others are late, so why did I promise him to be late? Does this count as being late by order? For a moment, Lin Wanqing was a little confused. She suddenly realized that as long as she was in front of Xia Ming, her IQ became 0. Really, wife, you are so nice. You deserve to be the wife who loves her husband the most. Xia Ming was very happy when he heard it. He did not expect that his wife would agree to such an unreasonable request. Okay, now come with me to discuss a business. Seeing Xia Ming's happy mood, Lin Wanqing was also very happy due to Xia Ming's exaggeration. Yes, wife. Xia Ming nodded. Then, as it was almost noon, Lin Wanqing brought Xia Ming to a restaurant, which was one of the famous restaurants in Jiangsu City, namely the Golden Lion. Golden Lion is the best here. The car Lin Wanqing drives is an Audi Q7, which is worth less than 1 million. When Xia Ming sat in the car, he was very excited. He knew that his wife was rich, but he didn't expect her to be so rich. After Lin Wanqing drove into Golden Lion, he parked the car in a parking space. At this time, he took Xia Ming into the private room he had booked at Golden Lion. But they waited for an hour and no one showed up. Xia Ming asked doubtfully, Wife, are you sure we're here to discuss business as agreed today? Lin Wanqing also frowned, with a hint of anger on her pretty face. She knew that the guy was late on purpose, which made Lin Wanqing look a little unhappy, but for the sake of the company's sales channels, she had to endure it. Yes, I guess the other party had something urgent to do, so he was late. Lin Wanqing paused. Xia Ming's face looked a little unhappy. They had been waiting here for a full hour. Even if they were late, they should have called to notify them. This made him very angry. Click. Just when Xia Ming was getting a little impatient, the door suddenly opened and an incredibly beautiful girl walked in. Chapter 15. Xia Ming was angry. The girl was wearing a small suit and a professional skirt. Her calves, which were not at all fat, were wrapped in black stockings. Her hair was loose and draped over her shoulders. She looked mature and beautiful. When Lin Wanqing saw the person coming, she frowned. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I'm Mr. Chen's secretary, Yang Shui. Our Mr. Chen has something to do and may not come until very late. I'm very sorry. If Mr. Lin is interested, how about I come and talk to him on his behalf? When Lin Wanqing heard this, she was a little angry. After all, she is the president of a group, and Xingye Group is one of the best in Jiangsu City. However, now she has fallen to the point of negotiating business with the secretary. Anyone would be unhappy if this happened. However, Weiniying Group is also a leading large group in Jiangsu City, although it has many production lines and sales channels. If there hadn't been a big problem with Xingye Group's sales channels, Lin Wanqing would probably have left immediately. Seeing the person opposite, Xia Ming was also very angry and said coldly, Where is your Mr. Chen? I'm sorry, our general manager Chen is busy, so I'm afraid he will be a little late. It's like this, General Manager Chen has instructed that we can talk temporarily. If possible, General Manager Chen can make the final decision directly when he arrives. Yang Shui said calmly. The look he gave Xia Ming was filled with disdain. Xia Ming looked at Yang Shui and was very angry. Although Lin Wanqing was also angry, she was the CEO of a company after all. She said, Our company wants to discuss the cooperation of sales channels with your company. What do you think, Secretary Yang? Hearing this, Yang Shui paused and said, I'm sorry, our company's sales channels are full recently, and we have already cooperated with many companies. If we cooperate with your company, I'm afraid it will affect the interests of both parties. Mr. Lin, your Xia group should be selling cosmetics, right? Recently, our Mr. Chen is discussing cooperation with Mr. Guo of the Northern Group, so. Brush. Lin Wanqing's pretty face turned pale, and she was also a little angry. Obviously, all this was caused by Guo Haifei. The last time Guo Haifei wanted to pursue her, she refused, and this old beast directly made a move, and Xia Ming beat this old beast. Of course, he wanted to take revenge on him. The reason why Chen Qinxiang asked his secretary to discuss this business was obviously because he did not want to cooperate with Xingye Group and wanted Secretary Yang to send her away. For a moment, Lin Wanqing was so angry that her face turned blue, and she felt extremely aggrieved, but she knew that this kind of thing was very common in the business world, and this was what was called intrigue. Although she felt wronged, Lin Wanqing was still very strong and tried to calm herself down. At this moment, a large hand patted Lin Wanqing's shoulder, and a calm voice came, saying, "Wife, don't worry. I'm your husband here. I'll help you solve it." This time Xia Ming was really angry. Did he really think he was a soft persimmon? How dare he bully his wife like this? When Xia Ming's big hand patted Lin Wanqing's shoulders, Lin Wanqing suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of peace in her heart. She felt the warmth coming from this big hand, and that feeling was very comfortable. This feeling is really good. Suddenly, such an idea emerged in Lin Wanqing's mind. She looked at Xia Ming behind her. Xia Ming had a calm face and strong confidence, which made her feel more at ease. "Yeah." Lin Wanqing nodded. Yang Shui looked at Lin Wanqing in surprise, even suspecting that she had heard it wrongly. Just now this man actually said that Lin Wanqing is his wife. Did I hear it wrongly? Lin Wanqing is one of the 3 beauties in Jiangju City. There are so many people lining up to pursue Lin Wanqing. Even the CEO of the Northern Group has always coveted Lin Wanqing's beauty. But, Lin Wanqing actually has a husband. This makes him feel a little unbelievable. Go, call your CEO Chen over. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you don't come over within 3 minutes, you will bear the consequences. Buzz. Suddenly, an aura surged from Xia Ming. Even Lin Wanqing opened her eyes wide at this aura, because this aura actually carried a sense of arrogance, as if Xia Ming was the second generation of an official or a rich man. That aura was like the aura of a superior, and Xia Ming seemed like a different person. Under such pressure, Yang Shui's body trembled. He looked at Xia Ming hesitantly. In his opinion, if Lin Wanqing were to get married, she would definitely marry the son of a big boss. Some people are not easy to mess with even for their Wanian group. Could it be that Xia Ming is the son of some big shot? Yang Shui was wrong for a moment. Actually, it was not Yang Shui's fault. The main reason was that Lin Wanqing's identity was too special. She was in charge of such a large group at such a young age, and she managed it in an orderly manner. Her ability was evident. No one had heard of Lin Wanqing's marriage. It seemed that the man in front of her was just Lin Wanqing's boyfriend. For a girl as outstanding as Lin Wanqing, perhaps only a man with a better background and in all aspects could be worthy of her. So for a moment, Yang Shui hesitated, then I'll make a phone call to apply. Xia Ming waved his hand, and then Yang Shui left the room. At this time, Lin Wanqing looked at Xia Ming in surprise and said, "Xia Ming, you just seemed like a different person. How did you do it?" "Hey, wife, I'm your husband and I can do anything. Don't worry, I will definitely help you solve the sales channel problem today. You just need to watch from the sidelines. You have to be careful. The president of Wanian Group, Chen Qinxiang, is not an ordinary person and is not easy to deal with." Lin Wanqing said hesitantly when she saw Xia Ming's confident look. "Wife, don't you still believe in me, your husband? You have to believe in your man, because your man is the best." Xia Ming comforted. So conceited. Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes at Xia Ming. Xia Ming was really too narcissistic, but to Xia Ming, this look was just like a wink, which made Xia Ming quick-witted. "Wife, you are so beautiful." Buzz. For a moment, 2 blushes appeared on Lin Wanqing's pretty face. She was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. About 2 or 3 minutes later, the door was opened again. This time, a middle-aged man came in. The middle-aged man was wearing a suit and his hair was neatly combed. Behind him was the secretary named Yarn Shui. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that the middle-aged man in front of him should be Chen Qinxiang, the president of Weining Group. Chapter 16, A Shocking Reversal. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. I was late for a while due to traffic jam. Chen Qinxiang said with a smile. Are you Mr. Chen? Lin Wanqing didn't say anything, but Xia Ming on the side spoke directly. Chen Qinxiang frowned when he heard the voice and looked in the direction of the voice. When he saw the person, he was stunned at first, then exclaimed, It's you. It's you. Even Xia Ming was a little surprised. Wasn't this middle-aged man the man he met in the toilet when he was eating beef noodles? He turned out to be the president of Weining Group, Chen Qinxiang. This made Xia Ming a little surprised. The most incredible thing was that President Chen of Weining Group also liked to eat beef noodles. But Xia Ming's face turned cold soon. This guy actually dared to treat his wife like this. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know why the flowers are so red. It was obvious that Xia Ming was angry. In his heart, Lin Wanqing was his sweetheart, and even he couldn't bear to bully her. Anyone who dared to bully his wife would be equivalent to bullying him, which was something he would never allow. You go out first. Chen Qinxiang was very excited when he saw Xia Ming. His expression was as if he had met a bodhisattva. He quickly waved to Yarn Shui. Yes. Yarn Shui hesitated for a moment, then walked out. At this time, Chen Qinxiang's eyes when he looked at Xia Ming suddenly changed, and that look turned into awe. He hurriedly said, Master, you must save me. If you don't save me, I will really die. The sudden situation made Lin Wanqing stunned on the spot. She looked at Chen Qinxiang in disbelief. At this time, she actually saw a kind of respect in Chen Qinxiang's eyes, a respect for Xia Ming, but how could this be possible? Logically speaking, Chen Qinxiang should have severely criticized Xia Ming, but this sudden reversal made Lin Wanqing's mind a little confused. Who is Chen Qinxiang? He is the CEO of the famous Weining Group. He is one of the best in Jiangsu City and has many production lines under him. However, the CEO of a group suddenly bowed to Xia Ming. This is really unreasonable. Unbelievable, right? Who is Xia Ming? He is just a small employee. Before meeting him, he was just a college student who had not found a job. However, a successful boss actually bowed and scraped to a college student who had just worked for 2 days. This is definitely a rare story that is rarely seen in a century. The man Xia Ming met in the beef noodle restaurant was Chen Qinxiang. At that time, Xia Ming said that Chen Qinxiang was sick, which made Chen Qinxiang very angry. At that time, Chen Qinxiang thought he had met a lunatic, so he continued to live his life as usual. He is a married man, so he also has physical needs. Just last night, after a crazy night with his wife, he suddenly found that his little brother was not erectile, which made him panic. His wife tried many ways, but she just couldn't get it erect. At that time, Chen Qinxiang thought of what Xia Ming said. You are ill. This made Chen Qinxiang suddenly alert, so he went to the hospital for a checkup early the next morning. However, the doctor said that he had this phenomenon because he had done it too many times, and it would be extremely difficult to treat him. First of all, he could not do that kind of thing anymore. For Chen Qinxiang, this was tantamount to a death sentence, which made him seem to have aged 10 years. So when Lin Wanqing asked him to discuss business with her today, he had no intention of doing her any favors. In addition, he had promised Guo Haifei yesterday to leave Lin Wanqing alone, so he went with the flow and did her a favor. If Yarn Shui hadn't come to tell him and said that Lin Wanqing's boyfriend had come with her, he might not even want to see Lin Wanqing. What he didn't expect was that the man Lin Wanqing was with was actually Xia Ming, a man who could tell at first glance that he was sick. Am I familiar with you? Do I know you? Xia Ming had a cold face, as if he didn't take Chen Qinxiang seriously. Just yesterday, he saw that Chen Qinxiang was sick, and he knew that Chen Qinxiang would definitely do that kind of thing with his wife at night, so he was sure that Chen Qinxiang's illness would relapse today, and once it relapsed, it would be difficult to cure it with the current medical conditions. Seeing Chen Qinxiang nodding and bowing today, I know that Chen Qinxiang must be ill, otherwise, Chen Qinxiang would never look like this. Master, you can see my condition at a glance. I believe you can cure it. Master, please let me know any requests you have. I will agree to all of them as long as you are willing to save me. Chen Qinxiang seemed to see a ray of light at this time. He thought his life was over, but he didn't expect to meet the master here. This made him very happy. Xia Ming looked at Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing didn't say anything at this time, but she looked at him with confusion in her beautiful big eyes. Chen Qinxiang has come this far, and his eyes are not fake. When he saw Xia Ming looking at Lin Wanqing, Chen Qinxiang understood what Xia Ming meant, and immediately said, "Master, don't worry, the production line of Qingya Group is in my hands. As for Guo Haifei, I will cut off all ties with him immediately." After hearing this, Xia Ming nodded in satisfaction. Chen Qinxiang was relieved to see Xia Ming's satisfaction and asked cautiously, "Then master, my illness?" "Your illness is neither big nor small. You should be cured after a week or two of treatment. Let me put it this way. I'm working at Qingya Group during this period. When you have time, come to Qingya Group to find me." Xia Ming was relieved a lot when he saw Chen Qinxiang was so self-conscious, but he would not let Chen Qinxiang go so easily. "Really?" Chen Qinxiang said excitedly after hearing Xia Ming's promise. "What else?" Xia Ming snorted. "Master, thank you very much," Chen Qinxiang said excitedly. Now, Xia Ming's medical skills can be said to be at the top of the world. His grandmaster level medical skills are not to be underestimated. Even some difficult and complicated diseases are not difficult for Xia Ming. So as for Chen Qinxiang's situation, as long as he gives Chen Qinxiang 2 injections, the disease will be cured. But he just didn't do that. It was because this bastard bullied his wife like this, so he must teach this guy a lesson. If Chen Qinxiang knew about this, he would probably regret it to death, because it was because of him that the master was keeping a close eye on him. Chapter 17, Shame. Ding ding ding, congratulations to their host. Congratulations to their host for completing the system task and obtaining 100 honor points. Would the host like to draw the lottery now? No. After hearing the system's voice, Xia Ming became a little excited. He quickly clicked no. After all, Chen Qinxiang was still next to him. At this time Chen Qinxiang said, "I don't know what the master's name is." "My name is Xia Ming," Xia Ming said casually. "Master Xia, I'll treat you to dinner today. Please order whatever you like." Chen Qinxiang was also very happy. He thought his life was over, but with the existence of Xia Ming, he found hope again, so Chen Qinxiang was also very excited. "Don't call me Master Xia, this name sounds weird. You can either call me Xia Ming or Deepening. What era is this?" Although Xia Ming comes from the countryside, he feels uncomfortable with the word master. "Okay, I'll call you Xia Ming from now on." He certainly wouldn't dare to call himself Deepening, but as for Xia Ming, he could accept it a little more. "Can we really order whatever we want here?" Xia Ming suddenly asked. "Yes, master, please order whatever you like. And Mr. Lin, please don't be polite," Chen Qinxiang said enthusiastically. It's not that he doesn't want to be enthusiastic, but he really has no choice, especially for someone like Xia Ming, whom he really doesn't dare to offend. Someone who can tell at a glance that he is sick is definitely not that simple. Moreover, Chen Qinxiang has another advantage, that is, he is very good at judging people. It is with this point that he has reached this point. "Then did I really order it?" Xia Ming couldn't help but ask. "Go ahead and order, it's okay. For someone like Chen Qinxiang, eating here is just a drop in the bucket." Xia Ming was not polite and said, "Waiter." Then a waitress of average appearance came in and said with a smile, "Sir, what can I do for you?" "It's like this, I want to order some food, can you write it down for me?" Xia Ming said. "Okay, sir, please go ahead." Even Xia Ming felt that the service attitude of the waiters here was really good. They always had a smile on their faces, and when they answered, they were slow and methodical, and there was nothing wrong with them. "I want this, and this." Thinking of how Chen Qinxiang had just bullied his wife, Xia Ming was furious. He immediately looked at the menu and pointed at a plate of smashed cucumbers. What annoyed Xia Ming was that it was just a plate of smashed cucumbers, but it cost 100 yuan. Was it made of golden cucumbers? Xia Ming then ordered a plate of Australian crayfish. What made Xia Ming almost faint was that this plate of Australian crayfish cost 1888. It was too expensive, but he was not spending his own money anyway, so Xia Ming just ordered whatever was expensive. Lin Wanqing, who was standing by, was stunned for a while, and then acted as if she didn't know him. It was so embarrassing. This guy is just an animal. Didn't you see that there were outsiders here? Can't you be more reserved? Why is he like a country bumpkin? It's so embarrassing. Oh my god, how can I face people when I go out in the future? Lin Wanqing's pretty face was as red as an apple, and looked like someone wanted to take a bite of it. Now she really wanted to escape from here immediately. Although there was only one person here, she couldn't afford to embarrass that person. This guy looked like he hadn't eaten for 100 years. After ordering almost everything, Xia Ming took a breath and said, "Mr. Chen, do you have anything else to order?" Chen Qinxiang, who was standing aside, had no expression on his face, and he was always smiling apologetically. This amount of money might be considered a sky-high price by others, but to him, it was just a drop in the bucket. Chen Qinxiang said, "No more. Waiter, give me another bottle of 1982 Lafite." "Yes, sir." Then the waiter walked out. At this time, Lin Wanqing's little feet gently kicked Xia Ming under the table. Xia Ming looked at Lin Wanqing in confusion and said, "Wife, do you have anything else to say?" No. Nothing." When Lin Wanqing heard this, she hurriedly said, but she was very angry in her heart, "This bad guy, why doesn't he understand what I mean? You have to be reserved. No, reserved is used to describe girls." Now Lin Wanqing is almost mad at Xia Ming. It must be said that a big restaurant is a big restaurant. The speed of serving dishes is very fast. After a while, all the dishes have been served. Xia Ming nodded and said, "Not bad, the taste is good. It's delicious. I've never had such a delicious meal before. Thank you, Mr. Chen." Then Xia Ming picked up the chopsticks and started eating without paying attention to everyone's eyes. It must be said that Xia Ming's eating manners were really ugly. He had not eaten in the morning and had been waiting here for such a long time, so he was already starving to death. So when eating, it was such a mess. Xia Ming picked up the dishes very quickly. This made Lin Wanqing so depressed, because Xia Ming's eating manners were so ugly. The dishes were getting less and less, but Xia Ming ate them too quickly. "Hey, why aren't you eating?" When Xia Ming had finished half of the dishes on the table, he saw Lin Wanqing and Chen Qinxiang looking at him with their mouths wide open, which made him a little confused. Gulung. Chen Qinxiang swallowed hard. He had seen people who could eat, but he had never seen someone who could eat so much. It had been many years since he had eaten. Half of the dishes on the table were eaten in the blink of an eye, and it looked like he was still not satisfied. As for Lin Wanqing, she wanted to leave here immediately. Xia Ming's eating habits were really unbearable, as if he was a starving ghost reincarnated. It's so embarrassing. You eat first. Chen Qinxiang quickly took the bottle of 1982 red wine, poured a glass for Xia Ming, and then poured another glass for Lin Wanqing. Xia Ming took the red wine and said, "Thank you." Gulp. Xia Ming drank the red wine in one gulp. After finishing it, he frowned and said, "What kind of wine is this? It tastes so bad. It tastes like horse urine. It's not as good as the erguitu in our village. It's delicious and affordable, and it's only 10 yuan. Puff. Chen Qinxiang opened his mouth and spat out the red wine in his mouth. Ahem. Even Lin Wanqing quickly moved away from Xia Ming Yuan, as if to say, "I don't know you." It was so embarrassing, oh my god, it was so embarrassing. Now Lin Wanqing couldn't wait to leave here immediately. She really didn't want to stay here for a moment. Chen Qinxiang also looked depressed. This was Lafite from 1982. What was that Lao Baigan? 10 yuan a bottle. This bottle of wine was enough to buy tens of thousands of bottles of erguitu. Chapter 18, sending Lin Wanqing away. After eating and drinking, Xia Ming left. When Xia Ming left, Yang Shui's eyes towards Xia Ming changed, because she found that when Chen Qinxiang looked at Xia Ming, there was a touch of respect. The most amazing thing was that this meal was actually treated by Mr. Chen, and Mr. Chen was very polite to Xia Ming. Who is this Xia Ming? After all, Chen Qinxiang is the president of Weinian Group. But how is it possible to be so polite to someone who seems to be just a small employee of Qingye Group? Come to my company tomorrow, and bring the contract with you, Xia Ming said casually. Okay, I'll go there myself tomorrow. Chen Qinxiang said excitedly. Well, that's it for today. We have to leave first. Brush. Yang Shui, who was standing by, was stunned and looked incredulous. How could this be possible? This guy actually asked Mr. Chen to personally deliver the contract, and from Mr. Chen's appearance, he seemed very excited. What on earth was going on? Yang Shui was a little confused for a moment. He couldn't believe what he saw. It was really unbelievable. This is completely different from the previous General Manager Chen. The previous General Manager Chen had instructed that General Manager Lin must not be allowed to take the sales rights under any circumstances, and she did as she was told. However, after General Manager Chen had a meal with Lin Wanqing, his whole personality began to change. Is this a movie? Isn't he this too fake? After Xia Ming left, Chen Qinxiang said to the secretary beside him, Secretary Yan, please be more respectful to Xia Ming next time you see him. Yes. Yan Shui was even more shocked. He now suspected that Xia Ming must be the son of some important person, otherwise, Mr. Chen would never treat this person like this. At this time, Xia Ming and Lin Wanqing were leaving Golden Lion. At this time, Lin Wanqing looked at Xia Ming with a strange look. Xia Ming quickly touched his face and asked in confusion, Wife, is there something on my face? Why are you looking at me like this? My wife's behavior is really strange. Why is she looking at me like that? Or is she scared by me? Xia Ming, who are you? How could you know Mr. Chen, and why is he so polite to you? Lin Wanqing asked solemnly. What Xia Ming showed today was really incredible. Is this something a freshly graduated college student can do? Who is Mr. Chen? He is one of the most famous people in Jiangsu City. Such a person respects Xia Ming so much. If Xia Ming does not have some special identity, then why does Chen Qinxiang respect Xia Ming so much? Lin Wanqing was no fool, so she naturally noticed the weirdness in this. Of course it's your husband. Xia Ming blinked. Hateful. Lin Wanqing did not continue asking. She knew that Xia Ming must have his own secrets. Since he didn't want to tell her, she would not force him. If Xia Ming was willing to tell her, he would tell her sooner or later. Lin Wanqing didn't hate Xia Ming very much and was even a little happy. Wife, now that we have finished discussing the business, shall we go back to the company? It looks like it's almost time to get off work. Xia Ming looked at the time. It was already around 3 o'clock. The meal took quite a long time, and it was all Chen Qinxiang's fault for delaying him for so long. To be honest, Xia Ming was really too lazy to go to the company. It was too boring in the company. He always heard people say that sitting in the office was very comfortable, but he found that it was not the case at all. Xia Ming was bored to death these days. Well. Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes and said, Okay, since you have completed a big order today, I will allow you to leave work early today. My wife is so nice. Xia Ming suddenly hugged Lin Wanqing, which caused Lin Wanqing to scream and said, Xia Ming, what are you doing? Put me down quickly, put me down. Wife, what are you afraid of? We are already an old married couple. Xia Ming said as if he was unwilling to let go. But Xia Ming really enjoyed it, it even made his whole heart excited. If this wasn't on the street, he would probably have acted like a beast. Put me down quickly, there are so many people around. Lin Wanqing's face was as red as an apple. He really wanted to escape from here immediately, because there were many people around looking at Lin Wanqing and Xia Ming, and many male compatriots were. He showed an envious look, feeling sorry for such a beautiful flower being stuck in cow dung. Good. Seeing Lin Wanqing's angry look, Xia Ming quickly let go of her. Lin Wanqing quickly looked at her clothes, then breathed a sigh of relief and said, Xia Ming, don't hug me on the street anymore. After saying this, Lin Wanqing's fair neck turned red. Xia Ming heard it and said excitedly, Wife, if you say so, I can hug you when no one is around. That won't work either. Lin Wanqing said immediately after hearing it. Wife. Xia Ming looked at Lin Wanqing pitifully. Lin Wanqing was unmoved. But to be honest, when this bad guy hugged her just now, her heart almost jumped out. That pounding feeling could not calm down for a long time. If you dare to hug me again, you'll never see me again. Lin Wanqing said. Okay. Xia Ming was a little unhappy. His wife didn't allow him to hug her. Did he have to hug another woman? Then Xia Ming shook his head. For the sake of his wife, she would not flirt with other men outside. Wife, can I take you home? The world is in a state of decline these days, and it is said that there are many bastards. Xia Ming said. Bastard? What bastard? Lin Wanqing asked curiously. It's those bad men. I would be worried to death if they kidnapped you. Xia Ming said with a worried look. Okay, today I will give you a chance to escort me. Lin Wanqing knew what Xia Ming was planning as soon as she heard it. It turned out that this guy just wanted to know where she lived. However, Lin Wanqing had always had a good impression of Xia Ming, so she was not afraid that Xia Ming would know where she lived. Soon, Lin Wanqing drove to a villa complex. These villas were all very luxurious. In Jiangju City, the villa complex here was one of the best. Sometimes, even if you have money, you may not be able to afford a villa here, because those who can live here are either rich or noble, and they all have some connections. When Xia Ming arrived at the Bay Villa complex, he was shocked by the villas here. The next sentence made Lin Wanqing's eyes widen. So big, so white, and so beautiful. Chapter 19 Tai Chi. Brush. After hearing these words, Lin Wanqing's pretty face turned red like a sunset cloud. Lin Wanqing glared at Xia Ming with anger in her eyes, which made Xia Ming a little confused. Xia Ming had no idea that his 7 words had been misinterpreted by Lin Wanqing. If it were someone else, they would have no choice but to do something wrong. These 7 words are really ambiguous. Wife, do you live here? It's so beautiful here, bigger than the yard in our countryside. Xia Ming said with envy. Of course. Not everyone can afford to buy these villas in the bay. Those who can afford to buy villas here must be rich or noble. Lin Wanqing said with a little pride. Wife, you are so awesome. Xia Ming exclaimed. After hearing Xia Ming's praise, Lin Wanqing felt very happy, as if she had eaten honey. Soon Lin Wanqing arrived at villa number 6. Lin Wanqing stopped the car and said, We're here. This is my home. It's so beautiful. After getting off the car, Xia Ming's eyes were full of envy. He wished he could have a villa like this, so that he would feel proud when he could tell others about it at home. In rural areas, neighbors will also compare with each other, for example, how much money their family has, what their family does, for example, what his son does. These are all objects of comparison. If he could marry Lin Wanqing home, all the villagers would be very envious. Because there has never been a girl prettier than Lin Wanqing in their village. When you have money, you can also buy a villa like this. Lin Wanqing said. Yes, when I have money, I will definitely buy a big villa and then find a group of servants to serve you every day. Xia Ming nodded. Serve me. Lin Wanqing was stunned. Of course. From now on, you will be the hostess of the villa, and I will naturally be the host. I will go out to work every day, and you will stay at home to take care of your husband and children, or play mahjong or something. Xia Ming said seriously. Hate it, who said I'm going to marry you? Lin Wanqing's pretty face blushed again. She found that since she met Xia Ming, she blushed more often than before. You are my wife, who else would you marry if not me? Xia Ming said a little depressed. I would rather marry a pig than you. Lin Wanqing snorted. Xia Ming panicked when he heard this and said quickly, you want to marry a pig, then won't you give birth to pig babies in the future? No, that's not possible. How can I let you marry a pig? You must marry me. If you marry a pig, I will kill the pig and sell the pork. You? Lin Wanqing was furious. This idiot, this big idiot, is really too stupid. Deng deng deng. Lin Wanqing walked towards the door of the villa in her high heels, then opened the door. Xia Ming wanted to follow her in, but before he went in, a black shadow suddenly flew over, which scared Xia Ming to death. Bang. The door was slammed shut, and Xia Ming was so frightened that his heart almost flew away. He quickly said, Wife, I haven't gone in yet. I'm home, you can go back by yourself. Soon Xia Ming heard an angry voice coming from the house, which made Xia Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was already at the door, but he was not even given the chance to come in and have a cup of tea. This made Xia Ming depressed. Xia Ming wanted to knock on the door, but he held back. Then he walked away from the villa complex. As he walked, he immersed his mind in the system. Because he helped Lin Wanqing resolve the company's crisis, he now has 100 honor points. This makes Xia Ming a little depressed. This system is too stingy. Each character only has 100 honor points, and these 100 honor points can only be used to draw a prize once. Moreover, he drew twice, but both times were useless and had no effect at all. The only thing that worked was the bottle of strengthening liquid given to him at the beginning. He found that his body was getting stronger and stronger, and his strength increased a lot. Ordinary people were no match for him at all. Xia Ming depressedly turned on the turntable and stared blankly at the 4 areas on it. Skills, attributes, consumables, specials. Host, do you want to draw a lottery? Said the voice of the mechanical system. Xia Ming hesitated for a moment. He looked at the skill category and paused before saying, lottery. Xia Ming clicked the button with his mind, and then the pointer on the roulette wheel began to spin. Xia Ming looked at the skill categories on the wheel nervously. However, the pointer soon passed over the skill category, not the skill category, and then the attribute category. However, when the pointer passed the attribute category, it obviously had no intention of stopping. After reaching the consumption category, the pointer became slower and slower, and after taking 2 steps, it seemed like it was going to stop, which made Xia Ming anxious. Go, go, go. Oh my god, don't stop, you dead system, rotten system. When Xia Ming saw that the pointer was about to stop, he was so angry that he was fuming. If he could kick the turntable, he would have kicked it to pieces. It seemed as if the system had also heard Xia Ming's voice and started moving again. Xia Ming stared at the special category. It was said that there were many good things in this special category. This made Xia Ming very excited, but he didn't know what good things were in this special category. I'll go. But just when Xia Ming was fantasizing, the pointer suddenly stopped on the skill category, which made Xia Ming so angry that he almost jumped up. You old bastard, I let you go, but I didn't let you pass. You really pissed me off. Xia Ming's anger did not cause any changes in the system. At this time, the system's electronically synthesized voice sounded, ding ding, the host has obtained Zhang Sanfeng's Tai Chi, now the host wants to learn it. Xia Ming was immediately angry when he heard it. Why is it useless again? Tai Chi is learned by those aunties and uncles to exercise their bodies, right? You actually asked me to practice Tai Chi with uncles and aunties. Are you doing this on purpose? Xia Ming was so angry. He spent a lot of time drawing prizes and only won Tai Chi. What was this? What was the use of Tai Chi? Now we live in a society ruled by law. No matter how powerful Tai Chi is, it can never be more powerful than a gun. Host, do you want to learn Tai Chi? Xia Ming gritted his teeth and said, study. Congratulations to their host. Congratulations to their host for learning Tai Chi. Suddenly, Xia Ming's mind gained a lot of knowledge about Tai Chi, as if he was born with the ability to do so. Moreover, the Tai Chi circle came from Zhang Sanfeng's teaching. In other words, his understanding of the Tai Chi circle was as deep as Zhang Sanfeng's understanding of Tai Chi. Although he learned Tai Chi, Xia Ming was not happy at all because this Tai Chi was not what he wanted. Chapter 20, Meet Little Yellow Hair Again. After Xia Ming came out of Lin Wanqing's house, it was almost 5 o'clock. The sky was still bright, but the sun was already gradually setting, and Xia Ming's stomach had been rumbling for a long time, which made Xia Ming couldn't help but touch his belly. Ever since he took the body-strengthening liquid, his appetite has become astonishingly large. Xia Ming took a bus and then found a snack street. This snack street had a large flow of people and many people came here to eat. The food here was very authentic and the price was not high, so many people liked to eat here, even white-collar workers. Xia Ming was walking on the snack street, looking at the food displayed all around. He couldn't help swallowing. He was very hungry. Although he had eaten a lot at noon, he felt that those foods had been digested long ago. What should I eat? Xia Ming looked around and thought secretly. But at this moment, there was suddenly a trace of panic in front of him, and then Xia Ming saw a little girl who looked only 16 or 17 years old. She was wearing a short skirt issued by the school, her delicate calves wrapped in white socks, and a pair of white sneakers underneath. She was running quickly towards Xia Ming. There was a hint of panic in the little girl's eyes. Xia Ming frowned after seeing the little girl. This little girl is also a beauty. If she grows up, she will definitely be a rare little beauty. What should I do? What should I do? This is going to be bad luck for them. Chen Yuhan was very depressed. She just kicked the little yellow-haired boy, so why did he chase her so relentlessly? Now Chen Yuhan was a little scared. She was a girl, how could she possibly outrun these big boys? At this time, her pair of black eyes kept turning. Stop right there, don't run. At this moment, a scolding made Chen Yuhan become a little flustered. At this moment, she suddenly saw Xia Ming not far away. Although Xia Ming was not very tall, after being strengthened by the body-strengthening fluid, Xia Ming looked very strong. Chen Yuhan's eyes rolled, and she quickly chased after Xia Ming, then put her hands on Xia Ming's arm. Xia Ming was still thinking about what to eat, but at this moment he suddenly felt someone holding his hand. His arm, which made Xia Ming alert, and he quickly looked towards Chen Yuhan, but what he saw was actually a little loli, which made Xia Ming a little confused. Who are you? Why are you holding me? Xia Ming tried to push the little girl's hand away. He was married. If Lin Wanqing saw him, he would be in trouble. Even though Lin Wanqing couldn't be here, what if she did? Xia Ming was a very loyal person. Husband, you have to help me. Look, those bad guys are going to kill me. You have to help me get revenge. Chen Yuhan suddenly looked at Xia Ming with her big watery eyes. The mist in her big eyes was so foggy that it seemed as if golden beans could emerge at any time. This made Xia Ming a little confused. At the same time, Xia Ming was also sighing, are students nowadays so bold? How old is this little guy and he calls him husband? These children are really too precocious. Although he thought so, Xia Ming quickly cut off contact with this guy and said, Hey, what are you yelling about? I'm not even married yet, how can I be your husband? Husband, you are my husband, how could I admit my mistake? Please help me, those bad guys are chasing us. Chen Yuhan quickly grabbed Xia Ming's arm, hid behind Xia Ming, and then looked at the yellow-haired man who was chasing him with fear. At this time, the yellow-haired man had already caught up and said arrogantly, Little girl, if you keep running, run. I'll see how you can run today. Today, your brother will let you know what it means to open a purse. Wang Mao was so angry. He didn't pay attention at that time and was kicked hard by this little girl. Until now, his lower body is still a little swollen, which makes Wang Mao very angry. But this girl was too good at running, and she destroyed so many things along the way, which made them look quite embarrassed. This time, they finally got the chance. Naturally, they would not let Chen Yuhan go. HMPH, let me tell you, my husband is here. Come and catch me if you dare. After saying that, Chen Yuhan still grabbed Xia Ming's arm tightly, which made Xia Ming's expression change slightly. But when he looked at the yellow-haired guy, Xia Ming suddenly felt that he had seen him somewhere before. After thinking about it carefully, he suddenly remembered that this yellow-haired guy was the little yellow-haired guy he met in the beef noodle restaurant last time. Well, I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that I could meet the little yellow-haired guy here. You are this little girl's husband. The little yellow-haired man suddenly looked towards Xia Ming. When he saw Xia Ming's face, his expression changed. He knew Xia Ming. It was this guy who beat himself up over beef noodles. Yes, it's you. The little yellow-haired man looked at Xia Ming with fear. He remembered how brave Xia Ming was that day. He relied on himself to beat the three of them so hard that they couldn't even stand up. Fortunately, this guy didn't intend to pursue the matter, otherwise, the three of them would be in trouble. Hey, why are you here too? Xia Ming asked curiously. The yellow-haired boy's expression changed, and he said fiercely, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Leave the little girl to me, and we brothers won't make things difficult for you. You want me to hand him over to you? Xia Ming was a little angry when he heard what the little yellow-haired boy said. It seems that you haven't changed your bad habits from last time. As soon as Xia Ming saw the little yellow-haired boy, he knew what he wanted to do. At that time, the little yellow-haired boy teased his wife because he coveted her beauty. After being severely punished by him last time, the little yellow-haired boy still dared to do such a thing. This made Xia Ming very angry. When the little yellow-haired boy heard this, his arrogant attitude suddenly faded. He said coldly, let me tell you, I have Brother Dao's protection. If you go too far, don't blame me for being rude. Now the little yellow-haired boy feels extremely unlucky. How could he meet such a ruthless guy? Xia Ming is very good at fighting. He knows very well that he knocked down the three of them by himself. He is a ruthless guy. I hate people bullying the weak the most. Look at you, how come you can't change your bad habits? Such a young girl, so pure, yet you can do that to her? You are simply beasts. Xia Ming taught them with great sorrow. When the little yellow-haired boy heard this, he was so angry at Xia Ming that the corners of his mouth twitched. Others don't understand Chen Yuhan, but he knows her better than anyone else. When this little girl gets ruthless, she is unscrupulous. If he hadn't clamped his legs together at that time, he might have become the last eunuch in history. Chapter 21 Brother Dao. Do you really have to protect this little girl? The little yellow-haired boy said calmly. Huh, how can I let you guys ruin a girl like this? If I just sit back and do nothing, I'm not a man. Xia Ming blocked Chen Yuhan behind him. When Chen Yuhan saw Xia Ming was going to stand up for him, her eyes lit up immediately and she said happily, "Hubby, I know you love me the most. Husband, go and beat these bad guys to a pulp. I'm cheering for you from the side." After saying that, Chen Yuhan broke free from Xia Ming's arms. Xia Ming felt uneasy when this girl called him husband, but he was a very loyal man and his love for Lin Wanqing was unwavering. "Okay, you go stand aside first, I'll take care of these guys." Xia Ming waved his hand. Seeing Xia Ming's posture, the three of Little Yellow Hair couldn't help but take a step back. Little Yellow Hair said harshly, "Just wait for me. Go call Brother Dao." The little yellow-haired boy ordered someone next to him. Yes. The man left in a hurry, and the little yellow-haired boy looked at Xia Ming fearfully and said, "Don't leave if you have the guts." Xia Ming saw what Xia Huangmao did, and of course he knew what Xia Huangmao was going to do. Xia Ming was not worried. He just stood there and watched Xia Huangmao. He did not take action immediately. He also thought of a way to prevent such things from happening once and for all. That was to defeat the person behind Xia Huangmao directly. Only in this way would Xia Huangmao not dare to do such evil things in the future. Within 5 minutes, a man with a scar on his face came over. When the scarred man came over, the little yellow-haired boy seemed to have changed into a different person. He quickly came to the scarred man and said humbly, "Brother Dao, this guy beat me last time, and this time he ruined the good things of the brothers." Xia Ming looked carefully at the man with a small scar on his left cheek. He frowned. The man had a short flat head and did not look like a good person. "You're the one who injured several of my brothers." The scarred man looked at Xia Ming. Although Xia Ming was very strong, there was still a trace of disdain in the scarred man's eyes. He has been living on the edge of a knife for years, and he has no idea how much Xia Ming has experienced. Seeing how young Xia Ming is, he should be a student who has just graduated not long ago, because Xia Ming still looks very immature. "Who are you?" Xia Ming asked. "Brothers on the road respect me, so they call me Brother Dao. You once injured my brother, but I didn't go looking for trouble with you. But today you come to me on your own. Tell me, how do you plan to end this matter?" Brother Dao's sharp eyes swept over Xia Ming's body. Facing the gaze cast by Brother Dao, Xia Ming was not afraid at all, but asked casually, "How do you want to solve it?" "It's very simple. You injured my 3 brothers. I don't ask for much. You just need to compensate each of my brothers 20,000 yuan, and the matter will be over." Brother Dao said lightly. In his opinion, as long as he frightened the kid a little, he would be scared to death. Before, Brother Dao had met many similar students, so he could always scare them. However, as his strength in Jiangju City was deeply rooted, he had not done such a thing for a long time. He originally wondered what kind of person it was who injured the little yellow-haired boy, but now it seems that he was too suspicious. In his opinion, Xia Ming did not pose any threat at all. The little yellow-haired boy was beaten up, so as the boss he naturally had to take action, otherwise, his subordinates would inevitably feel resentful. "What?" Xia Ming looked at Brother Dao with wide eyes and said, "You want me to pay 20,000 yuan to each of us?" Speaking of money, Xia Ming began to worry. He only had 1,000 yuan on him now, and as his appetite increased, this 1,000 yuan would not be enough. If he was asked to pay 60,000 yuan, even if he cut off his 2 kidneys and sold them, he would not be able to get 60,000 yuan. "That's right, as long as you are willing to pay compensation, the matter will be over. Otherwise, don't blame me, Brother Dao, for not giving you face." A hint of ruthlessness flashed across Brother Dao's eyes. "I have no money." Xia Ming grinned and said directly. "No money." Brother Dao looked at Xia Ming deeply, and said calmly, "Very good, since you have no money, I will break one of your arms to make amends to my brothers." Since he has come, he must ask Xia Ming to leave something behind, otherwise, his trip would have been in vain. "I don't want to break my arm. My arm is my own. No one can break it." Xia Ming shook his head and said, "You have no third way to go." Brother Dao threatened. "Why not?" Xia Ming asked, somewhat puzzled. "Because you have no choice." Brother Dao said coldly. Xia Ming was depressed. Who was this person? How could he be so arrogant that he asked Z to break his arm just by opening his mouth? This made Xia Ming very angry. I'm sorry, it's not up to you to decide whether I have a choice or not. Xia Ming said angrily. Since you won't do it yourself, I'll do it. Brother Dao was also a little angry. He was a gangster, and as long as he was in this area, no one would fail to give him some face. So, over time, this made him develop an arrogant character. Now, Xia Ming, who looked like a poor student, dared to go against his wishes, which made Brother Dao very angry. Go, fix him. Brother Dao pointed at the little yellow-haired boy beside him and said. Brother Dao, this guy is very good at fighting. We are no match for him. Thinking of Xia Ming's skills, the little yellow-haired boy felt a little uneasy and couldn't help but say. Waste. The eldest brother glared at the little yellow-haired boy fiercely, and then Brother Dao walked towards Xia Ming. Xia Ming looked at Brother Dao. Suddenly, Brother Dao ran towards Xia Ming quickly and kicked him. Because Brother Dao often fought, the power of this kick was very strong. If an ordinary person was kicked, he would probably not be able to get up for a long time. Suddenly, Xia Ming took a step forward and blocked with his arms. Brother Dao felt as if he had hit a ball of cotton. The direction of his kick changed, and then he kicked into empty air. Due to inertia, his body instantly leaned forward. Brother Dao is also a veteran in fighting, so when he leaned forward, he quickly adjusted his body to try to stabilize it as much as possible. But at this moment something strange happened. Xia Ming's hands had come to Brother Dao's front without anyone noticing, and then he lifted his hands, and Brother Dao flew out instantly. Bang! Chapter 22 Tai Chi Goes Wild. Ouch! Brother Dao screamed and fell to the ground in an instant. Xia Ming made a round Tai Chi hand gesture. Anyone who has practiced Tai Chi knows that this is a Tai Chi hand gesture, and what Xia Ming just used was also a small force to move a large object. Effort. The little yellow-haired guy and the other two were dumbfounded. They saw Xia Ming beat Brother Dao to a pulp with just one move, which made the three of them scared. Hey, that's amazing. Xia Ming couldn't help but be a little shocked. When he used this move just now, it was purely a natural reaction. That is to say, when Brother Dao attacked him, he reacted and directly knocked Brother Dao away. However, the Tai Chi he learned was entry level. Even at the entry level, it was so powerful, which shocked Xia Ming very much. If I could practice Tai Chi to the level of a grandmaster, how amazing would that be? Wouldn't I be a martial arts master? Damn it, you're looking for death. Being knocked down by Xia Ming in one move made Brother Dao very angry. After all, he was a veteran in fighting and had never been knocked down by anyone in one move. Now it was no longer a problem between the little yellow-haired boy and Xia Ming, but a problem between himself and Xia Ming. If I don't get my revenge, how can I face the world in the future? Brother Dao punched Xia Ming in the face again. Xia Ming pushed him away with both hands and hooked his feet backward. Then Xia Ming pushed with both hands and Brother Dao flew out again. This time, Xia Ming didn't plan to wait for Brother Dao to come over before taking action. He took a step forward, walked towards Xia Ming, and then slapped Brother Dao hard in the face. I asked you to bully children, and you didn't even let children go. Damn it. Xia Ming slapped Brother Dao hard twice, and Brother Dao was stunned for a moment. When Brother Dao reacted, he was extremely angry and was about to fight back, but before he could fight back, Xia Ming slapped Brother Dao hard in the face. Clap, clap, clap. After a few slaps, Brother Dao's face was slapped into a pig's head. Brother Dao. The little yellow-haired boy's face changed when he saw Brother Dao being beaten. The three of them quickly surrounded Xia Ming, but at this moment Xia Ming stood up. Then with 3 punches and 2 kicks, he knocked the 3 little yellow-haired men to the ground, and they wailed in pain. After knocking down the 3 men including little yellow hair, Xia Ming came to Brother Dao and stepped hard on his hand. Oh, brother, please let me go. I will never dare to do it again. Brother Dao is really scared now. He realizes now that the gap between himself and Xia Ming is too big. The guy in front of him is really good at fighting. Will you continue to bully the weak in the future? Xia Ming asked loudly. No more bullying, no more bullying. Brother Dao said hurriedly. He was really afraid of Xia Ming now. Xia Ming was too powerful. He had no power to fight back in Xia Ming's hands. I'll let you go today. If I see you bullying the weak again, I will never let you go so easily. Xia Ming said. Yes, yes, I will never dare to do it again. Never again. Let's go. Xia Ming lifted his foot, and Brother Dao quickly got up and fled away. At the same time, Little Yellow Hair and his 3 companions also fled. At this time, Chen Yuhan was stunned. Uncle, I didn't know you are such a good fighter. Chen Yuhan's big round eyes were full of little stars, which showed her admiration. It's okay, it's okay. Xia Ming was also very happy. He thought he would never use the Tai Chi he learned, but he didn't expect that he would use it so soon. Uncle, what's your name? Chen Yuhan asked happily. My name is Xia Ming. Xia Ming said, by the way, why are you being chased by these 3 bad guys? They wanted me to sleep with them, but I refused, and then they kept chasing me. Chen Yuhan said, rolling her eyes. Really? Xia Ming asked doubtfully. Chen Yuhan's eyes were big and round, with an unspeakable cunningness in them, which made Xia Ming a little unconvinced. After all, Chen Yuhan looked too young, probably only in middle school. Of course it's true. Look at me, I'm naturally beautiful, who wouldn't like me? These guys naturally want to take advantage of me. If I weren't smart, I might have been bullied by them. Chen Yuhan's eyes turned red as she spoke, with big tears in them, which made Xia Ming panic for a moment. Okay, I have beaten all the bad guys away. Don't cry, okay? Xia Ming hated to see girls crying. When a girl cried, he would panic. Yeah. Chen Yuhan nodded, then she put her arm around Xia Ming's arm. Because it was summer, there was a layer of cloth between them, which made Xia Ming shiver in his heart. What are you doing? Xia Ming quickly pushed Chen Yuhan's hand away and asked. Uncle, can you be my boyfriend? Chen Yuhan said pitifully. No, uncle has a girlfriend. Xia Ming waved his hands quickly. He didn't want to betray Lin Wanqing. In his opinion, Lin Wanqing was a goddess. He liked Lin Wanqing very much. Naturally, he didn't want to betray Lin Wanqing. What's more, he and Lin Wanqing hadn't gotten married yet, and he had an affair. First of all, he couldn't get over it, and secondly, he felt too sorry for Lin Wanqing. Uncle, why don't you break up with your girlfriend? I'll be your girlfriend. Chen Yuhan looked at Xia Ming with her big watery eyes and shook Xia Ming's arm vigorously with her white and tender hands. Xia Ming shook his head vigorously and said, No, absolutely not. Where do you live? Can I take you home? Seeing that Xia Ming refused to agree, Chen Yuhan was also in a bad mood. She said, I can go home by myself. Our home is very close to here. That's fine. Xia Ming felt very tired after a day, and he didn't want to send Chen Yuhan home. He was able to save Chen Yuhan once, which was already enough for her. Uncle, what's your cell phone number? Can you give it to me? Chen Yuhan's eyes rolled, and she immediately thought of an idea. She thought to herself, as long as I know your cell phone number, I will pester you every day. After all, I am the school's most beautiful girl. Although I haven't grown up yet, I am a real beauty. I don't believe that you won't be tempted. Chen Yuhan really likes Xia Ming, mainly because Xia Ming is so awesome. Just now, when Xia Ming was beating up those for bad guys, he was so handsome that it made Chen Yuhan's big eyes sparkle. Chapter 23, Fighting with Wang Dao. After returning home, Xia Ming took a comfortable shower. He felt a lot more refreshed. Then he lay on the bed, turned on the system and entered into it. Xia Ming paused, then he clicked on his own attributes. Host name, Xia Ming. Host gender, male. Host age, 24. Host's position, trash among all-rounders. Note, their host is currently the worst all-rounder, which is really embarrassing for the all-rounder world. If their host doesn't work hard, he will be trash in the future. Host physical condition, general. Host's life skills, English level 8, medical skills grandmaster, Tai Chi entry level. Host honor value, 0, each time their host draws a lottery, 100 honor values are required, and the host can also use honor values to purchase skills and regular items in the mall, but items that have not been drawn will not be displayed in the mall. System evaluation, their host knows a little bit, but is still a waste among wastes. Their host should work hard. There seems to be some changes. After seeing this system evaluation, Xia Ming immediately felt the changes. This system is really strange. It contains everything. Xia Ming has now completely adapted to the existence of the system. Xia Ming asked, "System, what era are you from? Why are you so powerful?" The system's mechanical voice said, "The host does not have sufficient authority and is not authorized to know." Then what does it mean to have authority? Xia Ming couldn't help but ask. It depends on the host's performance. So what does it mean to perform well? The two of them continued to ask for explanations as soon as I asked them, and Xia Ming asked questions for a whole hour. Fortunately, the system is not a human. If the system was a human, it might have been driven crazy by Xia Ming. The questions Xia Ming asked were purely ridiculous and meaningless. Then how can I be considered an all-round person? Xia Ming couldn't help asking. The so-called omnipotent person means that their host can reach the level of God in all fields. For example, your medical skills, their highest level seems to be the grandmaster, but in fact there is another title above the grandmaster, and that is the so-called miracle doctor. When you reach the highest point in this world in every aspect, you will be called a god. Oh, it's so complicated. Xia Ming felt a little depressed. All he knew now was level 8 English, 1 medical skill and 1 Tai Chi. He didn't know anything else. He was still a long way from being an omnipotent man. Then I have to wait till the end of time to become an all-round man. Xia Ming was very unhappy. He only knew 3 skills now, which was far from being an all-round man. Xia Ming logged out of the system and fell asleep on the bed unknowingly. I slept until 9 o'clock the next day. Beep, beep, beep. On the table next to Xia Ming, a cell phone suddenly lit up, and the number displayed on it was Lin Wanqing's. Xia Ming, who was still asleep, was suddenly awakened by the ringing. "Hello." Xia Ming opened his eyes reluctantly, his hazy eyes slightly squinting. He yawned, then clicked the answer button and said depressedly, "Hello, where are you?" "Xia Ming, have you arrived at the company?" Hearing this pleasant voice, Xia Ming suddenly came to his senses. He quickly looked at the incoming call notification on his phone, which said, "Wife." "Is it my wife? I haven't gotten up yet." "What's wrong?" Xia Ming asked hurriedly. "The world is big, but my wife is the most important." This is the principle in Xia Ming's heart. Lin Wanqing took the initiative to call him, and he thought something happened to Lin Wanqing, so he was very worried. "You haven't gotten up yet. It's been several days. Come to the company quickly. Mr. Chen has been waiting here for a long time." Lin Wanqing said. "Mr. Chen, who is Mr. Chen?" Xia Ming became a little confused. He didn't seem to know any Mr. Chen. "It's Chen Qinxian, Mr. Chen, the one from Weining Group. Have you forgotten him? You said you would ask him to come to the company today so that you could treat his illness." Lin Wanqing was also a little depressed. She had just visited Mr. Chen yesterday, but he forgot about it today. What kind of memory is this? This made Lin Wanqing feel a little amused. So that's what happened. Xia Ming finally remembered that he seemed to want to treat Chen Qinxiang yesterday. Xia Ming hurriedly said, "Wife, ask Chen Qinxiang to buy a set of silver needles first. The silver needles should be bought at a Chinese medicine store. You must buy silver needles, not copper needles. Don't let him buy the wrong ones." "Good. Yes, then when will you arrive at the company?" Lin Wanqing asked. Lin Wanqing gave Xia Ming a sabbatical, which made Xia Ming very happy, so Xia Ming was not so concerned about work anymore. Anyway, there was nothing for him to do in the company. "About half an hour. I'll be there in a moment." "Okay, I'll wait for you in the office." Lin Wanqing said. "Okay, honey. See you later," Xia Ming said. After that, the two of them hung up the phone. Xia Ming brushed his teeth, washed his face, and then washed his hair. He tidied himself up, then he looked at his face in the mirror and murmured, "I'm so handsome. I must give my wife a surprise today." Xia Ming happily rushed to the company. Fortunately, he was not far from the company and half an hour was enough for him to get there. As soon as he entered the company's gate, he was seen by Wang Dao. Since he came to Qingya Group, Wang Dao had been causing trouble for him again and again, which made Xia Ming very unhappy. "Why are you here again? Why are you like a fly, haunting us?" Xia Ming said casually. "Xia Ming, who are you scolding? Who is haunting you?" Wang Dao was furious when he heard this. "What do you mean by his ghost is haunting you?" This made Wang Dao very angry. Wang Dao pointed at Xia Ming's nose and said, Xia Ming, it's almost 10 o'clock and you're late again. You're late like this every day. How much impact has it had on the company and how much loss it has caused to the company, do you know? Xia Ming touched the tip of his nose and asked in confusion, how much loss and impact will it bring? I don't think there will be any impact or loss. What Xia Ming said was the truth. He had been playing landlord these past 2 days and was bored to death every day. He didn't have to do any other work. As long as there was something that needed to be translated, he would just translate it. With his strong ability in level 8 English, he could easily translate anything that needed to be translated, and the translation was very good, which was completely worth the salary of 10,000 yuan. But because of his strong work ability, it also makes him very bored. Hey, Mr. Chen, hello, you're back. At this moment, Wang Dao suddenly saw Chen Qinxiang coming in from outside, and hurriedly trotted up to him and said with a smile. Chapter 24, an instant slap in the face. Yeah. Chen Qinxiang nodded slightly, not taking Wang Dao seriously. What was his identity? He was also a well-known boss in Jiangju City, and Wang Dao was just a small employee of Qingye Group. Looking at Wang Dao's appearance, he was obviously trying to please Chen Qinxiang. Chen Qinxiang was an experienced person, so he could naturally see Wang Dao's intention. At this time, Chen Qinxiang looked back and saw Xia Ming. A hint of joy flashed in Chen Qinxiang's eyes. Coincidentally, Wang Dao followed Chen Qinxiang's gaze and saw that Chen Qinxiang was looking at Xia Ming. Wang Dao hurriedly said, Mr. Chen, this is an employee of my company. I was just teaching him a lesson. He is always late for work and I was thinking of firing him. As soon as Wang Dao said this, Chen Qinxiang's face turned ugly. When Wang Dao saw Chen Qinxiang's changed expression, he immediately thought of something. Is it because I said Xia Ming was late for work that I became disgusted with him? If that's the case. Thinking of this, Wang Dao couldn't help but get excited. He quickly tried to please Chen Qinxiang and said, Boss Chen, don't worry. Black sheep like this will definitely be removed from the company. The company will never allow such people to exist. This is the first time we have encountered such a person. You have to believe us. Most of the people in our company are excellent. Wang Dao's words not only failed to improve Chen Qinxiang's expression, but made it even darker. Hearing that Xia Ming actually wanted to fire Xia Ming, Chen Qinxiang was extremely angry. I thought to myself, if you fire Xia Ming, what will happen to my illness? This bastard, I have to report this to Lin Wanqing when I get a chance. Little did he know that because of his words, Wang Dao was completely hated by Chen Qinxiang. In order to find Xia Ming, he searched for a whole half day that day. With his power, it was easy to find someone in Jiangju City, but he just couldn't find him. Especially since Xia Ming saw that he was sick once, he knew that Xia Ming was definitely a master. Over the years, he had used his senses to correctly identify countless people, and there was no doubt that these people were all excellent. He was sure he wasn't wrong. Fortunately, he met Xia Ming again. However, this bastard named Wang Dao actually wanted to fire Xia Ming in front of him. Now only Xia Ming could. Heal yourself well. If Wang Dao fires Xia Ming, what will happen to his illness? Wang Dao bullied Xia Ming, which was actually bullying him on another level and not giving him face, and Wang Dao had no idea that Chen Qinxiang had already remembered him. Seeing Chen Qinxiang's face getting uglier and uglier, Wang Dao murmured, could it be that I haven't done well enough? Should I fire Xia Ming immediately? Wang Dao was also a little hesitant. He was just a small employee of Qingye Group. It was obviously impossible for him to fire Xia Ming. At worst, he had to ask his supervisor to fire Xia Ming. Wang Dao hesitated for a moment, and his eyes gradually became firm. This is an opportunity to please Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen is also one of the best in Jiangju City. If he can get on Mr. Chen's good side, it will be of great benefit to his future development. Thinking of the benefits, Wang Dao finally made up his mind. He took a deep breath, slowly walked to Xia Ming's side, and said, Xia Ming, from today on, you are fired. Brush. Wang Dao's words attracted a lot of people's attention, which made many people look over. However, because Wang Dao's father was a senior executive of Qingye Group, no one present dared to speak. As soon as Wang Dao finished speaking, Xia Ming frowned and said, Hey, have you taken your medicine? What right do you have to fire me? Xia Ming was speechless. Wang Dao was really reckless. Besides, he had no right to fire himself. This made him very unhappy. Xia Ming, tell me, you've only been here for a few days since you started working. How many days have you been late? You don't even have a sense of collective honor, and you're bringing shame to the company here. You said you were late, so you were late, but you even angered Mr. Chen. Do you know who Mr. Chen is? Mr. Chen. That's enough. Just as Wang Dao was about to continue speaking, Chen Qinxiang's face became darker and darker. In the end, his face turned extremely blue and he roared angrily. Brush. Hearing the angry roar, Wang Dao stopped talking immediately. He looked at Chen Qinxiang with a pale face, only to see Chen Qinxiang trotting towards him with a dark face. The next scene made Wang Dao's heart run wild. Master Xia, you are here. Have you eaten? Do you want to go have a meal first? Chen Qinxiang said with a flattering look. He looked at Xia Ming anxiously, fearing that he would offend Xia Ming. Now his wealth and happiness depended on Xia Ming. If Xia Ming was doing well, he would be well too. If Xia Ming was not doing well, he would be unlucky accordingly. For a moment, Wang Dao was stunned, and even the other employees were stunned. What's going on? Isn't Mr. Chen dissatisfied with Xia Ming? How did he become trying to please Xia Ming? Wang Dao thought in disbelief. I've eaten it. Now I'll go and treat you. Xia Ming waved his hand. Okay, let's go. Chen Qinxiang said with a flattering look. Oh my god, what's going on? Is Mr. Chen trying to please Xia Ming? Wang Dao's eyes almost popped out of his head, his face full of disbelief. When he saw Chen Qinxiang being so respectful to Xia Ming, Wang Dao suddenly felt unwell. At this time, Wang Dao was like a deflated balloon, thinking, it's over. Mr. Chen must be unhappy with me just now. This is a big trouble. As long as Mr. Chen spreads a word in Jiangju City, even if his father is a senior executive of Qingyar Group, he will be in big trouble. Chen Qinxiang's power is not as simple as it seems. Wang Dao regretted it for a moment. He had not expected that he would offend Chen Qinxiang just by scolding Xia Ming. Mr. Chen. Wang Dao quickly ran to Chen Qinxiang's side, but before Wang Dao could say anything, Chen Qinxiang looked at Wang Dao with a pair of sharp eyes and said, please leave immediately. I will talk to your general manager Lin about what happened today. I really don't know how I recruited an employee with no quality like you. Chen Qinxiang's words made Wang Dao almost vomit blood. Just now he was talking about Xia Ming this and that, but in the blink of an eye, it became himself, which made Wang Dao extremely depressed. Afterwards, Chen Qinxiang and Xia Ming left. Wang Dao broke out in a cold sweat and seemed to be exhausted. He murmured, it's over. I'm really going to be finished this time. If you offend Chen Qinxiang, you will die. For a moment, Wang Dao was extremely flustered. He originally wanted to please Chen Qinxiang, but who knew that Xia Ming seemed to know Chen Qinxiang, and looked so familiar. He even saw a hint of flattery in Chen Qinxiang's eyes. Who is Xia Ming? He just graduated, his parents are from the countryside, and he is a poor loser. How could he suddenly gain such respect from Chen Qinxiang? Chapter 25, Grandmaster Medical Skills 5 chapters. Xia Ming and Chen Qinxiang walked into Lin Wanqing's office together. Lin Wanqing had been waiting for a long time. When she saw Xia Ming coming, there was a hint of joy in her eyes that was not easily noticed. Xia Ming, you're here. Lin Wanqing greeted Xia Ming. Wife, I'm here. Xia Ming waved his hand and said happily. Wife. Xia Ming's words stunned Chen Qinxiang instantly. What did I just hear? Master Xia actually called Lin Wanqing wife. He remembered that Lin Wanqing had never been married, and had never had a partner. Master Xia actually called Lin Wanqing wife, could it be? Thinking of this, Chen Qinxiang was shocked, and at the same time secretly admired. I'm afraid only a person like Master Xia can be worthy of such a talented girl. Lin Wanqing's reputation is well known throughout the entire Jiangju city. There are 3 beauties in the entire Jiangju city, and Lin Wanqing is one of them. The number of people pursuing Lin Wanqing is enough to line up in the Yellow River. You can imagine how many people secretly like Lin Wanqing. Especially, Lin Wanqing is also a business genius. With her own efforts, she owns this company worth tens of billions. It is considered a big company in the entire Jiangju city. Even Chen Qinxiang admired the fact that he could develop the entire company to such a level at such an age. At the same time, Chen Qinxiang was secretly trying to please Lin Wanqing, hoping that he could leave a good impression in Lin Wanqing's heart. It's just that he is married, but he doesn't care how many lovers he has. However, he also knows that it is impossible to make Lin Wanqing his lover. But he still wanted to give it a try. So he once secretly tried to please Lin Wanqing, but did not win her favor. In the whole Jiangsu city, there are countless CEOs of large companies who have shown their affection to Lin Wanqing, hoping to win her heart, but no one has succeeded, and they dare not use force. In the whole Jiangsu city, Qingye Group is also well known. If Lin Wanqing is angered, the strength of Qingye Group is not something that anyone can afford to offend. Chen Qinxiang stood there quietly. He also knew what he could say and what he could not say. Honey, I'll take up your office for a while. If I can cure Mr. Chen's illness, I'll let him go. Xia Ming said. Okay, are you going to treat Mr. Chen now? Lin Wanqing still had some faith in Xia Ming's medical skills. Although he knew that Xia Ming was skilled in medicine, he did not think that Xia Ming had any advanced medical skills. At most, he knew some massage techniques. But seeing that Xia Ming was so confident and Chen Qinxiang also believed it, Lin Wanqing did not stop him. Let's do it now, cure his illness and let him go quickly. Xia Ming said. Chen Qinxiang was a little amused and helpless. After all, he was the chairman of Weinian Group. There were countless people in Jiangsu city who wanted to curry favor with him and wanted to see him every day. But now, Xia Ming didn't want to pay any attention to him at all. Then you guys treat him here first. I'll be out for a while. Treating Chen Qinxiang would inevitably involve some privacy, which would embarrass Chen Qinxiang, so Lin Wanqing consciously left her office and closed the door. After Lin Wanqing left, Xia Ming asked, Mr. Chen, did you bring the silver needle? I brought it. Chen Qinxiang hurriedly took out the silver needle he had bought, with a respectful look on his face. Xia Ming took the silver needle, checked it carefully, and said with satisfaction. This silver needle is of good quality. Hearing that Xia Ming was very satisfied, Chen Qinxiang breathed a sigh of relief and said, as long as you are satisfied, that's good. He spent a lot of money to get these silver needles, and there was only one set of them there, so they could be said to be one of a kind. If Xia Ming was still dissatisfied, Chen Qinxiang would probably cry. Master, how should we treat it? Chen Qinxiang couldn't help but ask. Ever since he started to shrink, he has been very anxious, so he wants to get it cured quickly. After all, this is related to his happiness in life. If it cannot be cured, it will probably affect the whole family. This is easy. Just lie flat on the sofa and you will be treated. Xia Ming said. Okay. I'll go right away. Then Chen Qinxiang lay on the sofa, his eyes fixed on Xia Ming. At this moment, he was very nervous. He didn't know whether his disease could be cured, but since Xia Ming could, it can be seen at a glance that he is a master of medical skills. Xia Ming looked at the silver needle in his hand, and then said to Chen Qinxiang, bear it for a while. If you can't bear it anymore, you can talk. Kindness. Chen Qinxiang nodded, and then Xia Ming picked up a silver needle. Chen Qinxiang stared at the silver needle closely. At this moment, his body tensed up unconsciously. From childhood to adulthood, he has never experienced acupuncture, so Chen Qinxiang has an indescribable fear of acupuncture. Therefore, this made him very nervous. Xia Ming seemed to have noticed Chen Qinxiang's nervousness and said slowly, don't be nervous, relax, it won't hurt at all. With Xia Ming's comfort, Chen Qinxiang's body instantly relaxed a lot. Then Chen Qinxiang only felt his eyes blurred, and the silver needle in Xia Ming's hand disappeared. When he looked again, he saw a silver needle stuck in his body. The silver needle stood there quietly. He didn't feel it at all. He didn't even notice when Xia Ming stabbed him. Xia Ming looked at the acupuncture points on Chen Qinxiang's body, identified the points, and then Xia Ming inserted the needle again. In just a cup of tea, Chen Qinxiang's lower body was full of silver needles. Chen Qinxiang felt indescribably comfortable, which made him moan intoxicated. At this time, Xia Ming raised the corner of his mouth, and then, Chen Qinxiang's originally intoxicated expression suddenly changed drastically, and then, Chen Qinxiang's facial features were twisted together. Chen Qinxiang's forehead was covered with sweat. He felt so painful that he even wanted to get up. At this time, Xia Ming said, don't get up. If you do, all your efforts will be wasted. When Chen Qinxiang heard this, he quickly lay down, but his hands were clenched tightly together, and his knuckles turned white because he was using too much force. Xia Ming is a grandmaster level doctor, so he has a very high level of attainment in medicine. As for why Chen Qinxiang was in so much pain, it was naturally Xia Ming's fault. This bastard once promised Guo Haifei to bully his wife. If he doesn't teach him a lesson, he won't know who he is. If Chen Qinxiang knew that he had suffered so much because of this, I wonder if he would cry to death. Chapter 26 Yarn Yusin. Xia Ming stabbed Chen Qinxiang several times without showing any mercy. He was so cruel. To put it bluntly, Xia Ming was still a little angry with Chen Qinxiang. He was a vengeful person, especially since this matter concerned his wife, so he naturally would not go easy on him. Crunch. Chen Qinxiang endured the severe pain, his teeth creaking as beads of sweat flowed down his forehead. Because Xia Ming didn't let him move, he dared not move. About half an hour later, Chen Qinxiang was almost exhausted, and Xia Ming said, "Well, not bad, you are a man. I will remove the needle for you now." Brush. After hearing Xia Ming's words, Chen Qinxiang felt like a blessing after a drought, with indescribable surprise. Finally it's healed, finally it's healed, it hurts so much, it hurts so much. During this half hour, Chen Qinxiang felt like he was living a year in a day. He wished he could die immediately. He had never experienced such pain before. That kind of pain was really too unbearable. After Xia Ming pulled out the needle, Chen Qinxiang felt much more comfortable all over his body, especially down there, where he felt a little more. This surprised Chen Qinxiang. "Thank you, master." "Thank you, master. Why are you calling me master again? Call me Xia Ming or brother, but don't call me master," Xia Ming said impatiently. Yes. Chen Qinxiang didn't dare to be so arrogant as to call Xia Ming brother. If he angered Xia Ming, his illness would be in vain. Now he felt an indescribable sense of comfort all over his body. The feeling was so comfortable that he couldn't wait to release it immediately. But Xia Ming's words at this time made Chen Qinxiang feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. "It is best to abstain from sex for half a year. Even after I cure you, you must abstain from sex for half a year. Otherwise, if your old injury recurs, even the great Luo immortal cannot save you." Xia Ming's words were like pouring a basin of cold water on Chen Qinxiang. It was so cold and piercing. Asking him to abstain from sex for half a year was more painful than killing him. Chen Qinxiang showed a bitter face and said, I know. Xia Ming laughed secretly. "Little guy, if you and that bastard Guo Haifei bully my wife together, I will make you abstain from sex for half a year and piss you off to death." With Xia Ming's medical skills, he could have cured Chen Qinxiang in one go, but he just didn't want to. If he did that, it would be because Chen Qinxiang bullied his wife. Anyone who dares to bully his wife is equivalent to bullying him, which he cannot tolerate. After the acupuncture was finished, Xia Ming said, "Okay, today's acupuncture is complete. You have to do it 6 more times, so you can continue to come to me for the next 6 days. When Chen Qinxiang heard that he had to undergo acupuncture for 6 days, he immediately looked very unhappy. He almost withdrew from the pain after the first time. If he had to undergo it for the 6th time, it would be extremely painful. Seeing Chen Qinxiang's bitter face, Xia Ming was very happy. He felt much happier. He smiled and said, "I am doing this for your own good. If you don't have these 6 acupuncture treatments, your illness won't be cured. If your illness isn't cured, you won't be able to be humane." Yeah. Chen Qinxiang nodded. It was as miserable as it could be. "Okay, you can go now," Xia Ming said. Chen Qinxiang quickly asked, Xia Ming, do you have time? How about I treat you to lunch?" He was really grateful to Xia Ming, especially after seeing Xia Ming's medical skills. He admired him even more, so he had already wanted to make friends with Xia Ming. If he could become good friends with Xia Ming, it would be easier to talk to him in the future if he had any illness or something. "Not today, I have to accompany my wife, let's do it another day." Xia Ming waved his hand and said, "Okay, then we'll do it another day. I won't bother you too." Chen Qinxiang hurriedly left the office. After he left, Lin Wanqing came in. She glanced at Xia Ming and said, "Xia Ming, did you really cure him?" Lin Wanqing also felt incredible. Xia Ming was really amazing. He actually knew medicine, and it seemed that his medical skills were very high. "Of course, don't you see who your husband is? Xia Ming stretched and said, "Wife, it's already noon, why don't we go eat together? I'm so hungry." Xia Ming touched his stomach, which was still rumbling. Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes at Xia Ming, and the charm in her eyes made Xia Ming freeze in his tracks. "So beautiful. Go away. If you do this again, I will ignore you," Lin Wanqing said with a blushing face. "I don't know why, but when I saw Xia Ming teasing me, I couldn't help blushing. I used to be not interested in any man. Why do I always blush recently? My cousin came back at noon today, so I have to go back," Lin Wanqing still explained. For some reason, he was afraid that Xia Ming would be angry. "Oh, it turns out that my cousin is back." Xia Ming nodded and said, "Well, my cousin is here, so of course she is important. I can eat by myself." Lin Wanqing felt a little reluctant. She also wanted to go to dinner with Xia Ming, but her cousin was back and she couldn't just ignore him. Now she couldn't bear to let Xia Ming go to dinner alone, so she said, "How about I accompany you to dinner tonight?" "Okay, okay," Xia Ming said happily. "Wife, it's settled." Then Xia Ming left Lin Wanqing's office. Xia Ming was in a good mood. He hummed a little tune and walked to his desk. At this time, there was a very beautiful girl next to him. This girl was wearing a white t-shirt, a pair of blue jeans, and had long black hair draped over her shoulders. Her face was very delicate. After seeing this girl, Xia Ming also felt a little bright. "Hi, how are you?" After Xia Ming sat down in his seat, he greeted the girl. Xia Ming also had some understanding of the girl next to him. Her name was Yarn Yusen. She had taken leave for the past 2 days, so he had not seen Yarn Yusen. However, since Yarn Yusen was sitting here, Xia Ming also knew who this girl was. "Are you Xia Ming?" Yarn Yusen was stunned when she saw Xia Ming greeting her. Xia Ming had delicate features and was the type that was pleasing to the eye. Although he didn't look handsome, it was very comfortable to look at him for a long time. "You know me?" Xia Ming was a little surprised. "So, now we know each other." Yarn Yusen showed a happy smile on her innocent face and said with a smile, "My name is Yarn Yusen. I took 2 days off a few days ago, so I haven't come to work. After I came here today, I heard my colleagues talking about you. You are very good." Yarn Yusen's last words puzzled Xia Ming, but Xia Ming didn't care. Instead, he said happily, "I'm glad to have a deskmate like you. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful." Hate. Yarn Yusen didn't expect that Xia Ming would actually tease her, but she was still very surprised. After all, there is no girl who doesn't want others to praise her beauty. Chapter 27 Rich Second Generation. "Xia Ming, did you also graduate from Jiangsu University?" Yarn Yusen suddenly asked. "Yes, did you also graduate from Jiangsu University?" Xia Ming asked excitedly. "Yes. So we are classmates." Yarn Yusen suddenly said happily. "Why haven't I heard of you? Which department are you from?" Xia Ming asked puzzledly. Yarn Yusen is pretty and can be considered a little beauty. Such a beautiful girl should be on the list. Why hasn't he heard of her? "I'm from the English department," Yarn Yusen said. "I see." Xia Ming nodded. Nowadays, there are many beautiful girls in English departments and many virgins want to go to the English department, not for anything else but to find a beautiful wife. At that time, he went crazy in pursuit of that girl. Thinking about it now, it is indeed a bit ridiculous. "Which department are you from?" Yarn Yusen asked. When Yarn Yusen learned that Xia Ming also studied at Jiangsu University, she felt that Xia Ming was extra friendly. Perhaps it was because they were from the same school. "I'm from the Department of Architecture," Xia Ming said. The Department of Architecture." Yarn Yusen was also a little surprised. Generally speaking, the Department of Architecture is full of men, and there are very few girls. It can be said that the Department of Architecture is dominated by men, which happens to complement the Department of English. That's great. I had a good friend who was studying architecture. I didn't expect that you were also studying architecture. It's really fate. Yarn Yusen said happily. Is that so? Xia Ming was a little speechless, but he was still very happy. He didn't expect to meet his classmates here. "Xia Ming, do you have anything to do this afternoon?" Yarn Yusen suddenly asked. "Nothing? Isn't it lunchtime?" Xia Ming looked at Yarn Yusen with some confusion. Yarn Yusin seemed to be hesitant to speak. Xia Ming knew that Yarn Yusin must have something to say, but Xia Ming did not ask. He is the person who fears trouble the most, and Yarn Yusin is a girl. If he gets too close to Yarn Yusin, he will inevitably be misunderstood by his wife. But he only likes Lin Wanqing the most. How about I treat you to lunch at noon? Yarn Yusin said suddenly. Oh? This is not good. Xia Ming hesitated. After all, it was the first time that he and Yarn Yusin met. It was a bit unreasonable for her to treat him to a meal on their first meeting. Moreover, when he went out to eat with a girl, couldn't he let her pay? But his wallet was really not enough. If he ate like this, he would go broke sooner or later. Xia Ming, I need your help with something. Can you help me? Yarn Yusin stared at Xia Ming with her big eyes, which made Xia Ming a little depressed. He had just met Yarn Yusin, and he really didn't want to have too much relationship with Yarn Yusin. After all, there was a difference between them as a man and a woman. But this girl asked me for help as soon as we met. It was not right for him to refuse, nor was it right for him not to refuse. For a moment, Xia Ming was in a dilemma. Is this a good idea? Ding ding ding, agree to Yarn Yusin's request and help Yarn Yusin solve the problem, and reward the host with 300 honor points. Just when Xia Ming was about to reject Yarn Yusin, he suddenly heard the voice of the system. This made Xia Ming, who was about to reject Yarn Yusin, stunned on the spot. No way. Won't this make my wife misunderstand me? Xia Ming just smiled bitterly. It was rare for this system to issue tasks, and the honor points for each task were also quite pitiful. I didn't expect that solving Yarn Yusin's problem would actually reward 300 system points. I can help you, but I need to ask my wife for advice. Xia Ming said. Wife? You are married? Yarn Yusin was a little surprised. Xia Ming looked to be only about 24 or 25 years old, but he actually had a wife. Isn't it too early to get married? Generally speaking, people in rural areas are married around the age of 24. The old ladies in rural areas are the most unreliable with their mouths. If you are still not married at that age, you will be considered as someone who cannot find a wife or that your family has no money, so these old ladies have very sharp tongues. What do you want me to help you with? Xia Ming said a little depressed. It's like this. These past few days, a guy named Chen Kai has been bothering me every noon. He's so annoying. I've made it very clear to him, but he still pesters me every day. I want you to help me. Just have a meal with me and that'll be all. Is it really just a meal? Xia Ming asked. Yeah, just have a meal. I also want him to give up. Yarn Yusin said quickly. Okay, I promise you. For the sake of the 300 honor points, Xia Ming sold his soul. Honor points are not easy to get these days. What's more, he knows too few skills. He is far from the omnipotent man. He must earn honor points as soon as possible. Really? Yarn Yusin's eyes lit up and she said immediately. Really? Would I fool you? Xia Ming said speechlessly. That's great, Xia Ming, thank you so much. Yarn Yusin was a little excited. She didn't like Xia Ming, and she also knew that it was not good to ask Xia Ming for help so suddenly. However, in the whole company, she and Xia Ming were classmates, so she had a deep affection for Xia Ming. If it was in school, perhaps this feeling would be less. But in society, after graduating from college, everyone goes their separate ways, and it is indeed not easy to meet a classmate. You're welcome. Xia Ming said with a smile. Then let's go now. I'll treat you to hot pot. Yarn Yusin said happily. Thanks. Afterwards, Xia Ming and Yarn Yusin walked out of the office building of Qingye Group. However, at this time, in front of the office building of Qingye Group, there was a man in a suit and tie waiting in front of the building with a bouquet of roses. The man combed his hair very neatly and applied a lot of hair wax on it, making it look shiny and greasy. When Yarn Yusin and Xia Ming walked out of the office building, Yarn Yusin saw Chen Kai, who had been waiting for a long time. Yarn Yusin's pretty face changed. At this time, Chen Kai also seemed to see Yarn Yusin, and immediately walked towards Yarn Yusin with a smile and flowers in his hand. Yusin, are you off work? Haven't you had lunch yet? Can I treat you to a meal? Chen Kai acted in a simple and elegant manner and walked in front of Yarn Yusin. Chen Kai looked at Yarn Yusin with a smile, feeling indescribable joy. I'm sorry, someone has already invited me to dinner. I'm really sorry. Please don't come to me again in the future. It's impossible for the two of us to be together. Yarn Yusin's pretty face condensed and she said in a serious look. Someone invited you to dinner? Are you talking about him? Chapter 28 Conflict. Chen Kai set his sights on Xia Ming. Xia Ming was wearing clothes worth less than 300 yuan. It was obvious that Xia Ming was a pauper. Therefore, when Chen Kai saw Xia Ming, he looked down on him. Chen Kai said, "This country bumpkin wants to treat you to a meal? What can he treat you to? I think I'd better take you to Golden Lion. I heard that there are some good signature dishes there. How do you think?" Chen Kai didn't take Xia Ming seriously at all. In his opinion, Xia Ming was just a poor loser who was not even worthy of carrying his shoes. To deal with such a person, you must let him know the difference between a poor person and a rich person. Generally speaking, the poor are very inferior. As long as you destroy his confidence, he will be completely useless. Chen Kai has full confidence in this kind of thing. After saying this, Chen Kai looked at Xia Ming with a joking expression, and when Xia Ming heard the word Golden Lion, his expression became strange. He had just been to Golden Lion these 2 days, and Chen Qinxiang treated him. However, he did not feel that there was much to eat there. Even a plate of mixed cucumbers cost 100 yuan, and 100 yuan was enough to buy a basket of cucumbers. I really don't know what these people are thinking. They are willing to be the ones to be taken advantage of. Chen Kai, I've already told you that someone has already invited me to dinner, so please don't bother me anymore. Also, I don't like you at all. Yarn Yusin's pretty face turned cold and she said seriously. The reason why he asked for leave these days was also related to Chen Kai. The main reason was that Chen Kai was too shameless. He followed her around every day, which was annoying. Moreover, no matter how hard you try, you can't drive him away. This guy is like a dog's skin plaster. When Chen Kai heard this, his face suddenly turned cold, and deep in his eyes, there was endless anger. Damn it, you little bitch, it's your luck that I like you, but you are so disrespectful to me. Sooner or later, I will let you live under my crotch automatically. Although he thought so in his heart, Chen Kai did not say it out loud. Instead, he acted elegantly and said with a smile, "Okay, since someone is inviting you to dinner, can I be included as well?" Brush. Xia Ming was dumbfounded at that time. Oh my god, this is impossible. A tree without bark will surely die, and a person without shame will be invincible. This is simply a typical example. He didn't even ask me to treat him to a meal, right? But this guy actually insisted on having dinner with me. Is he kidding? If this guy really wants to go with me, then won't I have to pay for it? Yarn Yusin said she would treat me to a meal. Seeing that the situation was getting worse and worse, Xia Ming was unwilling to do so. Of course, he didn't want Chen Kai to go out to dinner with him. He was a male chauvinist to begin with. If Yarn Yusin really had to pay, he might feel a little embarrassed in the end. But in the end, he still had to pay, but if he spent money, he probably wouldn't spend much. After all, Yarn Yusin was a girl and couldn't eat much. But it was different with Chen Kai. Chen Kai was a man after all, so he had to eat as much as 2 women. He is not a sucker, and he certainly won't let Chen Kai eat for free. Xia Ming quickly said, "Brother, I'm sorry, I don't have that much money to treat extra people to a meal, so you should go eat by yourself." Xia Ming's words made Chen Kai almost vomit blood. He didn't know how many people wanted to curry favor with him on weekdays, so he wanted to give Xia Ming a chance to have a meal, but the other party didn't even invite him, which made Chen Kai's face turn red. Yarn Yusin was also giggling beside her. "It's okay, I'll pay." Chen Kai suppressed his inner anger, glared at Xia Ming fiercely, and then said, "How can that be possible? I've already said I'd treat Yarn Yusin to a meal, so of course I have to pay." Xia Ming shook his head. This was a matter of principle and he would never back down. Chen Kai was so angry when he saw Xia Ming was so stubborn that he said coldly, "Do you know who I am?" Xia Ming tilted his head and muttered, "Why does this line sound so familiar? I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. I'm telling you, my name is Chen Kai. In the entire Jiangju city, no one dares to give me face. Today I want to treat Yarn Yusin to a meal. You can go wherever you want. Are you sick?" Xia Ming was also a little angry. How could this person be so rude? Like, so clingy? Don't know what's good for you. Try to say another one. Chen Kai got angry when he heard Xia Ming cursing. Who was he? He was a big shot in Jiangsu City. Xia Ming actually cursed him, which he couldn't tolerate. You are sick, and your whole family is sick. Xia Ming opened his mouth and said casually, you asked me to scold you. People these days are really strange. There are still people who are willing to be scolded. It's really strange. Court death. For a moment, Chen Kai was also stunned by Xia Ming. Xia Ming was really too irritating. His words were sharp and to the point, which made Chen Kai so angry that his chest kept heaving. Chen Kai then punched Xia Ming. Xia Ming frowned, then used all his strength to make a powerful move. Chen Kai felt like his fist had hit a marshmallow. Xia Ming took advantage of the opportunity and tilted his body. Because Chen Kai used too much force, he flew to the side due to inertia. Ouch. Chen Kai staggered and fell to the ground, even his front teeth were bleeding. He looked so miserable. Hey, why are you lying on the ground? Is the ground comfortable? Xia Ming looked at Chen Kai with a light face and said with some surprise. It was as if he felt this was very strange. When Chen Kai heard this, he immediately became furious. He quickly stood up and slapped Xia Ming hard in the face. The slap was really quick and accurate. If I get hit, I'm afraid I won't be able to save my face anymore. Seeing this, Xia Ming said angrily, you are shameless. If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Just as Chen Kai was about to hit Xia Ming slapped Chen Kai in the face. Xia Ming had practiced Tai Chi and had also strengthened his body through body strengthening fluid, so when he slapped him, he was really powerful. Par. When Xia Ming slapped Chen Kai in the face, time seemed to stand still at that moment. Chen Kai was stunned on the spot, and his face grew wider and bigger at a terrifying speed. It swelled up in almost the blink of an eye. You dare to hit me. Chen Kai looked at Xia Ming in shock and muttered. Chapter 29, Into the Police Station. Which eye of yours saw me hit you? Xia Ming said casually. Puff. Chen Kai almost vomited blood. Xia Ming had clearly hit him just now, but now he refused to admit it. He touched his face and found that it was swollen. This made Chen Kai lose his breath and he almost fainted. You dare to hit me, you're finished, you're finished. Chen Kai was so angry. He had never been beaten by anyone since he grew up, but Xia Ming slapped him directly in the face. When had he ever suffered such a punishment? Chen Kai was furious at that time. Xia Ming, you. Yarn Yusen, who was standing by, was shocked. She had not expected that Xia Ming would hit Chen Kai so hard that his face became swollen. Isn't he this too cruel? At the same time, Yarn Yusen was also afraid. Chen Kai had a powerful family background and it was said that he had a very rich uncle. It was because his uncle was very rich that Chen Kai could get to where he is today. Otherwise, Chen Kai would just be a scum. This is also the reason why Yarn Yusen did not dare to offend Chen Kai to death. This guy deserves a beating. Not only is he so mean, but he even dares to hit someone. Xia Ming looked at Chen Kai, then slapped his own palms, as if he felt his hands were dirty. This made Chen Kai so angry that his face turned pale. Just wait for me. Chen Kai was furious. He turned on his phone and made a call, saying, Hello, is this Captain Wang? I'm Chen Kai. I was beaten up in front of the Qingye Group building. Who are you? How dare you mess with even you, Mr. Chen? A rather rough voice came from the other end of the line, speaking angrily. I don't know his name either, just come quickly. Okay, Mr. Chen, wait a moment, I'll be there soon. On the other end of the phone, there was a fat man who looked quite fat, about 180 pounds. The fat man was wearing a police uniform. He was the captain of the criminal police team of Jiangsu City Police Department. On weekdays, Fatty Wang had received a lot of care from Chen Kai. Now Chen Kai was. If someone beats him, he naturally won't intend to let that person go. At this time, Chen Kai looked at Xia Ming with cold eyes and said harshly, You are done. I tell you, just because you hit me, I will sue you for intentional injury. Intentional injury. Xia Ming didn't care. He said, You asked for this. From now on, you are not allowed to cause trouble to Yarn Yusen again. If you do, don't blame me for being rude to you. The reason why Xia Ming worked so hard to help Yarn Yusen solve the problem was for those 300 honor points. That's 300 points. If he could get these 300 honor points, he could draw prizes 3 times. If he could draw some good things, he would make a fortune. Otherwise, Xia Ming wouldn't have worked so hard. He was not familiar with Yarn Yusen, so there was no need. You? Chen Kai didn't dare to continue talking, for he was afraid that Xia Ming would beat him again. After a while, the sound of sirens rang out on the avenue, and then a fat man ran towards Chen Kai. After running to Chen Kai, the fat man couldn't help wiping the sweat from his forehead. It was obvious that he had tried his best to please Chen Kai. Mr. Chen, which fool has provoked you? How dare you be so bold? Chen Kai usually takes good care of Fatty Wang, so Fatty Wang is also trying to curry favor with Chen Kai. After seeing the bloody handprint on Chen Kai's face, Fatty Wang immediately became angry and shouted, "Who hit him? Do you know that hitting someone is illegal?" When Chen Kai saw Fatty Wang, he was overjoyed and said immediately, "Captain Wang, this guy is the one who beat me without knowing the truth. You have to help me make the decision. Did he hit me?" When Fatty Wang saw Xia Ming, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He didn't know who Xia Ming was, so when he saw the fierce look in Fatty Wang's eyes, Xia Ming's face suddenly turned cold. Obviously, this Fatty Wang is in cahoots with Chen Kai. Fatty Wang was handcuffed and walked towards Xia Ming cautiously. Yarn Yusen was furious when she saw that the policeman was going to take Xia Ming away. "What are you going to do? Why should we take Xia Ming away?" Chen Kai was the first to attack. Xia Ming was just defending himself. Self-defense? Is it possible to defend yourself by hitting someone in the face like this? Fatty Wang walked towards Xia Ming. At this time, Xia Ming was very unhappy. He did not expect Chen Kai to play such a trick. Xia Ming said fiercely, "Whoever dares to catch me, I will never let her go." Xia Ming was also angry. This Chen Kai had no bottom line in doing things. It was obviously him who started it first, but he didn't expect that he would be the first to complain. "You can't take him away." Yarn Yusen protected Xia Ming and looked at Chen Kai angrily. Because this was in front of the gate of Qingya Group, Wang Pang's arrival attracted a lot of people's attention. After seeing Yarn Yusen, many people were surprised and said, "Isn't that Yarn Yusen? How is he related to the police?" Yes, you see, the person behind Yarn Yusen is the new translator, Xia Ming. What did they do wrong to attract the police? Yeah, what on earth did these two people do that even the police were dispatched? Many people were discussing this. Looking at Xia Ming, Chen Kai smiled coldly. "Just wait, I will sue you for intentional injury, and you can prepare to go to jail. Captain Wang, I hope you can handle this impartially." Chen Kai said to Fatty Wang. "Catch him." Fatty Wang was afraid that Xia Ming would suddenly go berserk, but what he imagined did not happen. Instead, Xia Ming was very calm and said, "I'll go with you. You don't need to bring that broken thing." Then Xia Ming took a step forward and was about to walk towards the police car. At this time, Yarn Yusen nervously grabbed Xia Ming's clothes and said, "Xia Ming, this is all my fault. If anyone is going to leave, I should be the one to go to the police station." Xia Ming felt warm in his heart, and secretly said, "I didn't expect that Yarn Yusen is quite kind-hearted. It would be a pity if she was really ruined by Chen Kai." Seeing Xia Ming's expression without any panic, Yarn Yusen thought Xia Ming was scared silly. She bit her teeth and said, "Xia Ming, don't worry, I will never let anything happen to you." Chapter 30 Interrogation. Yarn Yusen blamed herself a lot. If it weren't for her, Xia Ming wouldn't have encountered such a thing and wouldn't have been arrested. "Yarn Yusen, go home first. I'll be out in a while." Xia Ming comforted. In fact, Xia Ming also wanted to get out, but he didn't know anyone, which made Xia Ming a little worried for a moment. Yarn Yusen also knew that this matter could not be solved now, and she could only find a lawyer and ask for help from connections. Thinking of this, Yarn Yusen nodded with tears in her big eyes. "Hurry up and go, don't hesitate." Fatty Wang pushed Xia Ming, and Xia Ming's eyes suddenly looked at Fatty Wang. The cold eyes were like the eyes of a wild beast, as if he was being stared at, with a bloodthirsty aura, which scared Fatty Wang so much that he shivered. Fatty Wang thought, "After all, I am the captain of the Jiangju City Police Department. How could I be frightened by a kid who looks like a student?" Fatty Wang's face didn't look good either, but he still said in a timid way, "You still dare to threaten the police? Do you believe that I will put you in jail for life?" Xia Ming took a deep breath and suppressed his inner anger. He did not take action. Once he took action with the police, He would not be able to explain himself even if he was right. After all, the police were employees of the state. No matter what, they were still the state's people. If he did not take action, everything would be fine. But once he took action, it would be a big trouble. Because it was in front of the gate of Qingye Group, it was noisy. Just after Xia Ming was taken away, Lin Wanqing also came down from the office. After seeing this noisy scene, Lin Wanqing raised her eyebrows and scolded, "What are you doing?" "Boss Lin, Xia Ming from our company was taken away by the police station." "Yes, Mr. Lin, this matter seems to be related to Yang Yusen. You can find out if you ask him." "What?" When Lin Wanqing heard that Xia Ming was taken away by the police, she was immediately frightened and asked quickly, "Yang Yusen, was Xia Ming really taken away by the police?" Yang Yusen's face was extremely pale. After seeing Lin Wanqing, Yang Yusen seemed to have found her main point and said quickly, "Boss Lin, it's true. Chen Kai wanted to invite me to dinner just now. Xia Ming came forward to protect me, and then Chen Kai. They wanted to hit Xia Ming, so Xia Ming hit Chen Kai in self-defense, and then Chen Kai called the police station, and Captain Wang took Xia Ming away." When Lin Wanqing heard this, her pretty face turned extremely cold. Xia Ming was taken away by the police, which made Lin Wanqing very sad. For some reason, she actually had a little affection for Xia Ming. Even when Xia Ming called her his wife, she didn't reject it. If it were someone else, she would have turned hostile long ago. "I understand. You guys go back first. I'll handle this matter." Lin Wanqing thought about it thoughtfully and then made a phone call. "Hello. Secretary Li, can you help me arrange an appointment with a lawyer? The best one, and then take him to the police station." "Okay, Mr. Lin." Lin Wanqing was extremely anxious, and then she drove hurriedly towards the police station. At this time, Xia Ming had already arrived at the police station. He was taken to a small dark room with only a dim light. Fatty Wang was holding an electric baton. If this thing was used on a person, it would not kill the person, but it could make the person unconscious, and there would be no obvious harm. "Boy, if you confess, you will be treated leniently. If you resist, you will be treated severely. Tell me, why did you hit Master Chen?" Fatty Wang glared at Xia Ming fiercely and shouted loudly. Hearing this, Xia Ming said in confusion, "What do you mean by hitting young Master Chen?" "I was just defending myself, okay? Chen Kai wanted to hit me himself, so is it illegal for me to defend myself?" Of course Xia Ming would not let Fatty Wang turn white into black, so he couldn't help but explain. "You were defending yourself. Have you ever seen someone beaten like that in self-defense? I advise you to tell the truth, otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." After saying that, Fatty Wang locked the door. There is such a dark place in every police station. There are no cameras installed here, so even if Xia Ming was beaten, there is no evidence to prove it. Xia Ming's eyes turned cold. He looked at Fatty Wang coldly and said, "Is this how you work as a policeman? Not seeking justice for the people is fine, but you actually try to force people to confess. Is there any law?" "Wang Fa." Fatty Wang chuckled when he heard that. That lewd smile made people want to beat him up. "I'm telling you. Here, I am the law. If you plead guilty today, nothing will happen. If you don't plead guilty, I will make you suffer." Fatty Wang's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he snorted coldly. Xia Ming was furious. These people were simply lawless. The people raised you, but you used the people's trust in you to deal with the people. This was truly lawless. Xia Ming said, "I was just defending myself. Chen Kai was the first to do all this. It seems that you won't cry until you see the coffin. Xiao Zhang, teach him a lesson." Fatty Wang winked at Xiao Zhang beside him. Xiao Zhang understood, then looked at Xia Ming with a playful face and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't leave any scars on your body. At most, it will hurt you for a while." At this point, Xiao Zhang held the electric baton, which made a crackling sound. The current was so strong that it made people's scalp numb. Xia Ming looked at Xiao Zhang coldly. At this time, Lin Wanqing had also arrived at the police station. With Lin Wanqing was a very beautiful girl named Li Feifei. Li Feifei was very busy recently, so she was out on a business trip and just came back today. With Li Feifei was a man with silver eyes. This man was not young and there was a sense of righteousness between his brows. He is a lawyer, and was hired by Lin Wanqing specifically for Xia Ming. "Boss Lin, how is it going?" Xia Ming has been taken to the police station for a while. I don't know what's going on with him. Has his lawyer been brought here? Lin Wanqing asked. I brought it. Li Feifei said quickly. This lawyer is called Li Han. Lawyer Li Han is the most famous lawyer in this area. Let lawyer Li Han handle it next. Li Han smiled and said, Hello, my name is Li Han, you must be Mr. Lin, right? I wonder what the situation is like inside. Can you tell me the general situation? If someone were here, they would definitely be amazed. He is indeed a lawyer and is very dedicated to his work. Here's what happened. Lin Wanqing quickly recounted what Yarn Yusin said. At this time, Li Han said, so it was self-defense. If that's all, then it's much easier to deal with. Chapter 31 Uncle and Nephew? Let's go in first. Then, under the guidance of lawyer Li Han, they walked into the police station. At this time, Li Han shouted, Excuse me, is your Captain Wang here? Who are you? What do you want to see our Captain Wang about? Someone looked up at Li Han and asked casually. I am a lawyer, and now I want to see your Captain Wang. Li Han said lightly. Our Captain Wang is very busy. He is interrogating a prisoner. He doesn't have the time to talk nonsense with you. Then the man said this and shut up. Li Han's face turned cold. He was so angry at this young employee that his face turned blue. Others might not know the trick, but Li Han knew it very well. They said they were interrogating the prisoner, and it was probably a private torture. At this time, a young employee came over and said, You better go back. No, I want to interrogate your Captain Wang. I tell you, torturing someone in private is against the law. Breaking the law. Chen Kai appeared out of nowhere at this moment. He looked at Li Han and said coldly, Xia Ming hit me, so he is breaking the law. I tell you, Xia Ming has made a big move today. Are you Chen Kai? Lin Wanqing was stunned at this time and asked immediately. When Chen Kai saw Lin Wanqing, his eyes lit up and he was a little surprised. Lin Wanqing had delicate features and was very beautiful. She was many times more beautiful than Yarn Yusin. It would be nice if he could play with her. Chen Kai couldn't help licking his tongue and revealing a fiery gaze. This fiery gaze made Lin Wanqing extremely angry. She suppressed the anger in her heart and said coldly, You hit him first, right? What do you mean I hit him first? I wonder if I'm mistaken. If I hit him first, there would always be something left on him, right? Look at me, my whole face is swollen. I tell you, Xia Ming has committed the crime of intentional injury. Chen Kai said seriously, Of course, if you are willing to be friends with me, then Xia Ming is also my friend. It is common for friends to play around with each other, so. When he said this, Chen Kai's vague eyes swam fiercely on Lin Wanqing's chest. The hot eyes made Lin Wanqing so angry that her face turned blue. Lin Wanqing angrily said, You are shameless. Shameless? Really? You actually know my name is Shameless. Chen Kai laughed. Li Han also said with a cold face, Your name is Chen Kai, right? You threatened others in public. I can tell you that you will be held legally responsible. Legal responsibility? Chen Kai laughed loudly upon hearing this and said, Which ear of yours heard what I said? Did anyone here hear it? This is just wishful thinking on your part. Hearing this, Li Han's face turned blue with anger. You are so lawless. Lawless? I tell you, I am the law, I am the heaven. No one can save that bastard today. If you dare to hit me, I will make him spend the rest of his life in jail. Chen Kai looked at Li Han with ferocious eyes, which made Li Han very angry. To put it bluntly, being a lawyer means defending, and in more common terms, reasoning. However, when faced with an unreasonable person like Chen Kai, no matter how capable Li Han was, he could not use his skills. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, Lin Wanqing's phone rang. Lin Wanqing looked at the phone, then turned on the answer button and said, Hello. Mr. Lin. Are you free this afternoon? I would like to invite you and Xia Ming to have lunch together. Chen Kai's voice came from the other side. Originally, Chen Kai wanted to invite Xia Ming to lunch at noon, but Xia Ming had something to do, so he said to change the date to tomorrow. But Xia Ming will give him acupuncture tomorrow? But Xia Ming's acupuncture is too painful, the pain makes him want to die. If possible, he certainly does not want to do it again, so he thought about it and decided to treat him tonight, so that Xia Ming will be gentler tomorrow. In order to please Xia Ming, Chen Qinxiang gave Xia Ming enough face. After all, he was a wealthy man in Jiangsu City. Usually, others would beg him humbly, but he would never beg others humbly. What's more, Xia Ming is a man of great medical skills. Making friends with such a person is like having an extra layer of protection for your life. Mr. Chen, I'm afraid we don't have time tonight. Xia Ming is still in the police station. Lin Wanqing said, a little frustrated. She also wanted to rescue Xia Ming, but she didn't expect that the people here would be so arrogant. This made Lin Wanqing very angry, so Lin Wanqing wanted to report to the police station. Long phone call. Lin Wanqing has been here for so many years, so naturally she has dealt with the chief of the police station, but the chief of the police station is not so easy to deal with, so generally speaking, she is unwilling to deal with the chief of the police station. What? Chen Qinxiang on the opposite side was furious when he heard that Xia Ming was taken to the police station. He still had 6 days of acupuncture to do. If Xia Ming didn't come out, what would you do with his condition? For a moment, Chen Qinxiang also became anxious and asked, what on earth happened to Mr. Lin? How could Xia Ming be arrested and taken to the police station? Lin Wanqing sighed, and then told the story of Xia Ming being framed. Upon hearing this, Chen Qinxiang immediately said, Boss Lin, wait a moment. I'll go to the police station now. At this time, Chen Qinxiang hung up the phone in a hurry, and then called the chief of the police station and said, hello, is this Chief Wang? I am Chen Qinxiang. Chief Wang, a friend of mine was brought into the police station by Captain Wang. Do you think you can make some concessions? What crime did he commit? It's like this. My friend was defending himself. Someone was beating him, and he accidentally injured the other person in self-defense. It can't be considered an injury. I hope Director Wang can be flexible. Okay, I'll go to the police station right away. Thank you, Chief Wang. After Chen Qinxiang hung up the phone, he went straight to the police station. When he arrived at the police station, Lin Wanqing was already getting impatient. At this time, Chen Qinxiang hurriedly walked to Lin Wanqing's side and said, Boss Lin, where is Xia Ming now? I heard he's still in the interrogation room. What should I do? Still being held in the interrogation room. Chen Qinxiang's expression changed slightly when he heard this, and he immediately said, let's go find him together. Chen Qinxiang strode towards the interrogation room. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the front and bumped into Chen Qinxiang accidentally. Chen Qinxiang staggered, and the person who bumped into him almost fell flat on his back. He immediately said angrily, who is this blind person? Before he finished speaking, Chen Kai immediately shut his mouth. After seeing the man in front of him clearly, Chen Kai said with a bit of a smile, Uncle, why is it you? Why are you here? Chapter 32. The directors are here. Xiao Kai. Chen Qinxiang was also a little surprised. He did not expect to meet his nephew here. This person was Chen Kai. Chen Kai was his nephew. Because of him, Chen Kai had been working in Weining Group, and with the promotion of Chen Qinxiang, he was directly promoted to the position of deputy manager. Why are you here? Uncle, you have to make the decision for me about this matter. I was just beaten up. Look at my face, it's so swollen. Chen Kai said angrily. Who hit you? Chen Qinxiang asked with a strange look on his face. At this time, Chen Kai saw Lin Wanqing next to Chen Qinxiang, and immediately pointed at Lin Wanqing angrily and said, it was an employee of his company. He was so cruel that my teeth were almost knocked out. An employee of your company? Chen Qinxiang was stunned at this time, and then looked at Lin Wanqing, who was looking at Chen Kai with anger on her face at this time, and said coldly, it was he who called Captain Wang, and then Xia Ming was arrested and taken to the police station. What? When Chen Qinxiang heard that Xia Ming was taken to the police station by Chen Kai, he immediately became angry and asked, Boss Lin said that you were the one who wanted to beat Xia Ming. Is that true? Chen Qinxiang opened his eyes wide with anger burning in them. Chen Kai was fearless but was very afraid of his uncle. When he saw Chen Qinxiang's eyes that seemed to be spitting fire, Chen Kai nodded awkwardly. He didn't dare to lie, after all, there were so many people watching this incident. You're rebelling against me. You're relying on my name to do whatever you want. You really piss me off. Chen Qinxiang almost cursed Chen Kai in his heart. He was so angry. Now his happy life is still in the hands of Xia Ming. If something happens to Xia Ming, then his happiness in this life will be completely over. But in the end, a flood washed away the Dragon King temple, and his nephew actually offended Xia Ming. He really wanted to skin Chen Kai alive. He was so angry. Hurry up, where was the person taken? I was taken to the interrogation room. Chen Kai said tremblingly. I'll deal with you later. Chen Qinxiang hurriedly walked towards the interrogation room. He knocked on the door. At this time, there was a click sound inside the room and the door was opened. At this time, Fatty Wang and Xiao Zhang both had fear on their faces, and their eyes were full of terror. It's terrible. It's terrible. When Fatty Wang opened the door and saw Chen Kai, he immediately asked, Mr. Chen, why are you here? And Mr. Chen? Mr. Chen. When Fatty Chen saw Chen Qinxiang, he shuddered suddenly, but then a strong voice rang out. Fatty Wang, how did you do it? Who asked you to lock up Mr. Chen's friend? A man with slightly balding hair appeared. He was very majestic, with a hint of heroism between his brows. As their voice rang out, Fatty Wang almost fell to the ground. Director Wang, why are you here too? I won't come? If I don't come, you'll turn the police station upside down. Wang Jianlin said angrily at this time. Director, I didn't do anything. Fatty Wang said quickly. Did you catch a man named Xia Ming? Wang Jianlin asked angrily. Wang Pangzi almost fainted when he heard this. He thought to himself, could it be that Xia Ming and Director Wang are relatives? If that's the case, then this is troublesome. At the same time, Fatty Wang was also regretting very much. Director Wang had come out in person to demand the person. This Xia Ming must have a relationship with Director Wang. For a moment, Fatty Wang regretted very much. If he had known this would happen, he would never have dared to touch Xia Ming even if he was beaten to death. Fatty Wang quickly looked at Chen Kai with a look of help on his face. He is working on behalf of Chen Kai, so Chen Kai cannot just ignore it. But after Chen Kai saw Fatty Wang looking at him for help, he turned his head away. Fatty Wang's heart sank to the extreme. He knew that he was probably doomed this time. Fatty Wang said quickly, indeed, there is a man named Xia Ming who was arrested. He committed the crime of intentional injury. Where are the people? Where are they? Wang Jianlin asked angrily. Inside this interrogation room. Hurry up and release him. Wang Jianlin waved his hand and scolded. Yes, I'll let him go right away. After saying that, Fatty Wang quickly ran into the interrogation room. At this time, Xia Ming was sitting on a chair, motionless. When he saw the fat man coming back, Xia Ming was slightly stunned and asked, What? Are you going to torture me again? Just now Fatty Wang wanted to use the stun baton to shock him, but Xia Ming was not very skilled, so when the stun baton was about to hit him, he raised his leg and kicked him. Unfortunately, the stun baton hit Fatty Wang directly. Fatty Wang screamed and almost fainted. Fatty Wang did not expect that Xia Ming would be so powerful, so he was about to go out and find other ways to make Xia Ming confess. As soon as he went out, he met Chen Qinxiang and Director Wang. Fortunately, he did not cause any substantial harm to Xia Ming, otherwise he would be completely finished. Comrade Xia Ming, I'm sorry, we arrested the wrong person. I'm so sorry. Fatty Wang said quickly, Xiao Zhang, what are you still doing? Quickly remove the handcuffs on Comrade Xia. Brother Wang, what about Mr. Chen? Xiao Zhang couldn't help but ask. Young Master Chen, you bullshit, open it quickly. Fatty Wang said angrily. Yes. Xiao Zhang quickly removed Xia Ming's handcuffs, which made Xia Ming confused. What's going on? Just now he looked like he was going to confess under torture, but in the blink of an eye he changed into a completely different person. Xia Ming was a little confused. Please come out with me. Fatty Wang couldn't help but say. Why should I go out with you? Xia Ming asked curiously. Brother, you are my real brother, you should get out. If you continue to stay here, it will be really troublesome. You know Director Wang, why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't dare to arrest you even if I had 10 times the courage. As soon as Wang Jianlin saw him, he mentioned Xia Ming's name, so in Wang Pang's opinion, Xia Ming must have an inseparable relationship with Director Wang, otherwise, why would Director Wang come here in person? So now Fatty Wang is regretting his decision to death. If he had known this would happen, he would not have dared to do anything to Xia Ming even if he had 10 times the courage.